Whoa, what's up, everybody? Welcome to our show, Timeless Gamer, where the games and gamers grow older while the gaming experiences will forever remain timeless. Timeless Gamer is a weekend podcast show that discusses the news, the issues of the gaming industry, past, present, and future. Previously known as the podcast version of Kaka-Computer Mo Yan. You can catch our previous episodes in audio format by web searching for Wakalas Radio. You can catch Wakalas Radio in Spotify, iTunes, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Overcast, Pocket Cast, Radio Public, TuneIn, Castbox, and Breaker. And you can also check out our video and audio format episodes on our official website by visiting timelessgamer.wakalasproductions.com. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, I'm all alone um, here at the studio at the moment. Most of the Timeless Gamer crew are not available for the topic, but that's okay because we called in for some reinforcements. And what better way to start the show in regards with the Mega Man X series? By inviting the people who are more knowledgeable, no, in regards with the Mega Man X series. So, without further ado, let's all bow down to the masters. There you go,
I love
guys.
it.
So, Timeless Gamer crew now being taken over by PRG, Pinoy Retro Gaming, of course. So we're gonna start off with Sir Belgian,
Ay, naku. Ay, what's up?
Sir Aso
Belgian.
Panting,
Yo, 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 yo. What's up? Good evening, guys.
uh, Sir J Prime of Prime Time Retro.
Good
All right.
morning. Good afternoon.
And
Good
joining
evening.
us for the first time, there's always a first time for everything here at the Timeless Gamer, Mr. Tres Natad.
Yes, magandang gabi. Magandang gabi.
And of course, coming from Tampa, Florida, weighing in, Sir Mr. Keith.
Hey, good evening, good
Wow.
morning, everybody.
Zone. There, Buster Shot Zone. There you go, guys. So, hey, it's a new lineup for tonight, guys. No, all because of our topic for today, which is the Mega Man X series. So, because last week we tackled on just the classic Mega Man games. No, so we ranked them from our top 11 to one. There's a good chunk of discussion over there, more than 3 hours. So if you haven't catched that episode, you can still catch that particular episode here sa Facebook page po ni Papa M. Dito sa Facebook page, Kaka-Computer Mo Yan. I just browsed down in his live stream library. Just scroll down, and you should be able to see our previous podcast in regarding with the classic Mega Man games.
Yep.
No? Um, in regards with the Mega Man X series, as far as the Timeless Gamer crew is concerned, I think Sir Carlo and Sir Raymond are the only ones who are a little bit more versed with the Mega Man X series. I only played the X4 game. Other than that, I'm totally blank. I'm not sure with the other Timeless Gamer crew. Papa M cannot be here. He's sick a little bit. Sir RV is still busy with his work. Sir Mamuchu is doing his freelance work. Sir Joel is on his way back. They're done with their vacay in Florida, so they're going. They're driving back to Jersey as we speak. Sir Carlo cannot be here because he has some things to take care of while at home. So it's just me, guys. But of course, you still got the PRG masters here to talk about the Mega Man X series. So um, I'll just gonna give it real quick to the guys. Guys, do you want to say something first before we proceed with the program? Let's give it to Sir Tres. So because you're the
Oh, yeah.
first, this is your first
Hi.
time here. Do you want to say
Yan,
hello to the crowd?
I'm Tres from Tres Cuenta Gaming. Member din po ng ng Pinoy Retro Gaming. Salute
Alright.
sa mga nasa community namin. Thank you.
And How about you, Sir Asu?
Once again, good evening guys. So ako nga po pala si Azu ulit ng Azu. So yun yung pangalan ulit ng page ka na. So madaling hanapin. Hindi mahirap hagilapin. Yan. So, sige. Member din ng PRG. Isang
Alright.
banuring player sa PRG. Ayan.
PRG ba no?
Sir Beljan, want to say hi to the crowd?
Hi, good evening guys. So, yan. Belgian here and leader ng mga bano na PRG. So, yan. Yan.
Sir
Alam niyo
Jay.
na.
What's up, guys? Magandang gabi. Good evening. Good morning to everyone in the US of A. I am J Prime of Primetime Retro, representing Pinoy Retro Gaming, straight out of New Jersey.
All right, straight out of Jersey.
Yep.
And how about Sir Keith?
Hey, good morning, good evening, everybody. This is Keith here with the Buster Shot Zone here in Tampa, Florida. Hope everyone's doing well today.
All right. Because we are pretty much well acquainted with each other here, except for Sir Keith. So I'm just gonna give it a few. I'm just gonna ask a few questions to Sir Keith, to those all of you guys, to those you guys there at the chat who are not very familiar with Sir Keith. So Sir Keith, could you tell us about your gaming history, sir?
Right.
What games you are interested in particular, and for how long?
So I tell this story all the time. As me being a kid, my very first video game system was the Nintendo. I know a lot of people started off with the Super Mario series, but I started off with the Mega Man series, and I remember on Christmas morning when I was like 4 or 5, I got Mega Man 2, and I just fell in love with the series, and it's just played a huge role in my life. After that, I discovered the Castlevania games. I love playing a lot of beat 'em ups. Huge fan of the Sonic 3 series. That's more of my game, Sonic 3 and Knuckles. And then I would say Super Mario. But right now, I'm currently tackling out and going back and playing the old Castlevania games, the retro games. Those are really fun.
Yep.
All right. Thank you for that, Sir Keith. How about Sir Tres? This is the
Oh,
first
yeah.
time I'm going to hear him talk about himself. How about you, Sir Tres? How about your gaming history, sir?
Oh, my first console lang is the family computer, the NES. Tas ang pinakauna ko talagang nalaro is Mario, yung original syempre. And first time to play the series yung Rockman from 1 to 11 is the Rockman 4. I think yun yung pinakauna kong Rockman na nalaro. Then after that, nagkaroon lang ako ng Game Boy Advance, and then PlayStation games, RPG particular, and yun, usually Mega Man eh. Yun, ganun yung mga yung mga nilalaro ko. And Castlevania, yan. Yan po.
Nako, we might need Sir Tres knowledge in regarding with with Castlevania.
Oh,
Hopefully soon.
ayan po
Oh my
si Sir Beljan and Asu. Master yan.
God. I mean, there's so much to talk about, especially with the Castlevania. I will probably do a Castlevania episode soon. No, thank you for that, Sir Tres.
Thank you.
So, all right, guys. So let's go on with the show. We'll proceed with our segment as per tradition that we like to call "Ano ang kina-computer mo? Visit ka." So basically, we're just gonna brag on the latest gaming acquisitions that we got, or we're just gonna talk about the latest games that we've been playing for the past few days. So, guys, who would like to start us off with the show and tell? So, Jay, do you have anything?
Okay, I'll go first.
All right.
So my latest game acquisitions. I can't say I've bought any games, but I downloaded Pokemon Unite, aka Pokemon League of Legends, Mobile Legends, whatever you want to call it. I've yet to open it, but that's the only game that's come to mind of my recent acquirement. But we're allowed to talk about what we've been streaming. For the past week, I've done a lot of birthday dedication streams because I have a lot of love for my loved ones. Last Sunday, I did The Legend of Kage for Suzuka, and then for Belle's birthday, I did Mega Man 3. For my friend Anna of One Player Hard 3, I played Pokemon Fire Red. And then for Mrs. Prime, my wifey, I played Ultra Street Fighter 2, The Final Challengers, and Metal Slug. And then for my friend Crystal, I played, for the first time ever, Super Mario 64. And then the last two streams that I did was another Streets of Rage 4 Mr. X Nightmare DLC run through, and yesterday I played Sonic 3. So that's it.
Oh, there you go. Thank you so much for that, Sir Jay. Who wants to go next? Sir Bell, how about you? Anything to share?
Yesterday I played Sonic 3.
Test.
Oh. And
Okay.
happy belated happy birthday as well, huh?
Happy
Thank
birthday.
you. Thank
Who
you.
wants to go next? Sir Bell,
So
how about you?
I don't have any latest acquisition but maybe the Pokemon Unite, same as Jay, because it's free. Yeah. So
Oh,
then
Pokemon Unite. All right.
maybe
Anything else?
I started playing again Mega Man X last Monday. And
Yeah, we
then
saw.
the what else? Yeah, the Magic Knight Rare RPG.
Hmm. Yeah, I saw that. I missed
Thank you.
that. Oh my god. All right. Thank you for that, Sir Bell, and happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
All right. How about Sir Asu? Anything to share?
Latest acquisition ko. Wala nun June pa. Nung nag-sale lang yun sa Steam. Puro digital lang naman yun sa akin.
Right.
So, ayun, ito. Nasaan ba yung list? Wait lang. Ayun. Black Future 88. Parang ano siya. Wag doon. May platforming na run and gun. Parang Contra. Pero hindi siya kontrang ano eh. Parang style Metroidvania yata to. Strider. Yung remake ng Strider. Yun. Time Spinner. Balfaris. Noita. Kompleto ko na rin yung Bloodstained 1 and 2. Curse of the Moon. Tapos bumili din ako ng DLC nung sa yung Iga backpack. Yung kakalabanin mo si mismong Koji Igarashi mismo yung gumawa ng Bloodstained tsaka ng Castlevania. Yan, One Step from Eden, Omori, Blaster Master Zero, 1 and 2, nabili ko. Yun lang. Nung last June, nung nag-sale yata, summer sale to. Yan.
All right.
Yun lang.
Thank you for that, Sir Asu. How about Sir Tres? Anything to share?
Oh. This week, nag-ano po ako nag-marathon ako ng X series eh. Pero ano lang, Mega Man X hanggang 3. And then maybe later continue ko sa X4. Then yun, yung mga backlogs ko lang po, mga itong Last of Us na part 2. Yan.
Nice.
Then from time to time, nag 2K lang, 2K. And yun, pag gusto ko lang mang-trip, I want to fight in streets, walang kamatayang Grand Theft Auto. Yun lang. Pag gusto ko lang mang-trip. Yan.
All right. Thank you for that, Sir Tres. No. How about Sir Keith?
All right.
Anything to share, Sir
So,
Keith?
I have a few things. I have started playing Castlevania over at the Buster Shot Zone. I usually play Mario games on Thursday nights, but I want to change it up a little bit. So I started off with Castlevania Area of Sorrow Thursday night, and then me and Mr. J Prime on Friday we kicked some thugs butt in Streets of Rage remake, and we got to play Mega Man Power Battle. Currently, yesterday on Saturdays is Mega Man Saturday at Buster Shot Zone. I like to play Mega Man Maker, and that's a really good game. I like it a lot. And I got a few things that I want to share on the camera if you guys don't mind.
Sure.
Um, got this from a buddy. So sent to me.
Oh fuck!
Full
Yeah.
armor.
Is that full armor? Is that the ultimate armor or the full armor?
This is the
armor.
armor from X1. Armor from X1.
Oh, from X1.
Yeah.
One of my favorites.
Yeah,
And
X1
then
armor.
I won these over at the at Blast Processing.
Is that an
Another
Android?
streamers.
Maker
And,
2.
Animal Crossing, Mario Maker 2, and
Yeah, I
Super
haven't opened
Mario
them yet, but I
World.
plan on playing them soon.
Right.
And I got a Funko Pop of Rush.
Ooh, Rush.
That's also my dog's name.
Yeah, tell us about Rush, man. You have a
So,
dog. Yeah.
Rush is half Fox Terrier, half Jack Russell. I adopted him a few years ago, and he has played a huge role in my life, and love him to pieces. Could be a pain, but that's my baby. And then he's a good boy. He's very chill. And then I got this shirt from J Prime, Nintendo shirt.
Yeah.
Nintendo of New York.
Yeah.
Yes. Um, very grateful for all the gifts and the blessings. It's fun. I started doing this about a year ago for the stream, and I love it. I love coming on and being live and being able to speak with
Hey.
everybody around the world. It's great.
Right. Mhm.
And a lot of great people.
Can you do Rush Coil with your dog?
So you
Might break
actually
him.
name your dog Rush?
Yeah. His
Yeah,
dog's name.
that's
Yeah.
my dog's name's Rush. So ever since
Yeah.
when I was growing up, I've always had dogs growing up. But when I told myself that when I get my own dog, I was going to name him Rush because, it Mega Man played a huge influence in my life, and I love the series so much. The classic series, and just said I got to get me a dog named Rush, and it resonates with him.
Right.
Obviously, guys, if you to all of you guys who can see this live, I mean, obviously, check out the shirt.
Right.
Oh yeah, the shirt too.
check out this. Check out
This is
this
my favorite shirt.
So that's dedication right there. All right,
Huge fan.
thank you for that, sir, Sir Keith.
You're welcome.
For me, well, just like Sir Keith, no, so kind of dressed up for the occasion. In celebration of this episode, I decided to dye my hair blonde because I
Oh, wow.
love Zero. I wish my
Hey.
hair is as luscious as Zero, so I just colored it blonde for now.
Pala yung reason.
As far as show and tell goes, this just arrived in the mail. I got these two.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3. Just the box. No, I mean seriously, just the box.
What?
Just the box because I got my PlayStation 3 here and my Xbox 360 consoles when we moved here in Australia. For my Xbox 360 original box, my mom threw it out. So my Xbox console here is just gathering dust. So I figured I need a box to put them in, put them in, so I can at least display it. Same goes with the PlayStation 3. This one here. So these are just empty box, but they still contain the cardboard inserts in here. So I'm just gonna put both of my consoles in their respective boxes so I can just put them in display. Just the box, guys. Just the box. As far as gaming goes, finally I was able to finish Evolution 2 for the Dreamcast as of last night. Hopefully I will be able to do a video review about that game. Well, Evolution 1 and 2, so I'm gonna do a double whammy for that. I'm gonna tear those two games apart with in my review. Ah, such a very monotonous game. So boring. All right. Well, anyway, that's it for me, guys. Thank you so much. So now, we'll move on with our next segment of the night, the gaming news. No, gaming news of the week. So, as far as the gaming news of the week goes, so we just heard this news that was dropped a few days ago that Netflix, yes, guys, Netflix, the movie TV streaming program that we all know and love, has decided that they're gonna dip their toes into gaming, specifically perhaps cloud gaming. No, and to all of you guys who haven't heard about the news, you can still check it out. There's a few Google articles, news, and YouTube videos all about it. Talking about the Netflix uh, gaming plan. Although Netflix themselves didn't really mention anything specific on how they're going to do it. They just dropped the news. That's it, really. So all we have here, we're just gonna share our first impressions and predictions on how they're going to do it. No. So as far as I know, I'll go first with the Netflix plan. Correct me, guys, if I'm wrong. No, I think this there are other companies who already came up with their own cloud streaming programs, specifically with didn't Amazon what Stadia? What company is Stadia?
Stadia. I forget.
Because I remember there's at least two, Stadia
Google.
and
Google. It's with Google.
Stadia's Google.
Yeah.
What's the other one? Something
Uh, Amazon Luna.
Luna. There you go.
Yeah.
I'm thinking letter L, but I'm not sure. So
Mhm.
Google. So Google. So you got Stadia, and then you got Luna. No,
Mm.
and I'm not really into cloud gaming, guys. So I'm more into hardware console gaming. So I'm not very in particular with cloud gaming. So is um is Luna and what? Are Luna and Stadia still a thing?
That I'm not even quite sure. I think so. Um,
Okay, how about I'll give it to
yeah.
I'll give it to you guys. No,
Yeah.
how what's your first impressions about this news? No, let's first give it to Sir Keith.
So with the whole Netflix gaming, I'm kind of up in the air about it because they're going to have, a lot of competition. And for me, I'm just like, I don't know how far that's going to go. Um, I don't really personally, do Netflix a lot. So, for my personal opinion, I don't think I'm going to be getting it because I don't really care for cloud based gaming. I'm more of just, regular, just having a PC. And that's where you get, for me, my opinion, you get a lot of your gaming from, experience from.
Mm, all right. How about Sir J? What's your impressions about this game? About the
Okay.
plan?
So when I briefly read about it before hopping on the podcast, so from what I've read in this article, it's supposed to be handled by Electronic Arts, EA.
EA.
Yeah.
Shit.
Right.
EA Sports.
It's in the game. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that. Because what they said, what are their properties? The Sims, Plants vs. Zombies, the Star Wars franchises. Um, I think it's interesting. I think it's an interesting take because we all know like how big the Netflix platform is. Everyone and their mom uses Netflix, So, you know, um, it's gonna be an interesting journey for Netflix. It's gonna be a hard one, as Keith had said that it's gonna be a tough competition. Um, Me myself, I've never really done like cloud gaming like that. I don't think ever. But you know, It's definitely a bold move as regards to how Netflix is really gonna take it off because they already have a huge following, so it's gonna be interesting. I can't really say I can't really predict or say what's gonna happen, but as I see in the chat, Ruben, what's up, Blast fan? As long as they keep, he had said, what's that? Where'd it go? Well, I think he said something about like if they keep like their IPs, if they focus on their IPs, it could be successful.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'll give it to Sir Asu. With according to the latest according to the latest release from Netflix, this is free for to all of the people who has their Netflix subscriptions. The current plan for now is the gaming platform will be free to those who already had the subscription. So Sir Asu, knowing
Yeah.
what you know now, your impressions here.
Sa akin, even if it's free, kasi kung ang magiging sistema ba nun parang style Stadia ba? Ganun ba magiging style ng Facebook, Netflix gaming? Hindi ako sigurado. Hindi, ngayon ko lang din na Ganun ba magiging style nila? Parang sa Stadia? Guys, hello. Ganun ba
Stadia.
magiging style nun? Kasi kung ganun na magiging style, hindi as a Filipino na naninirahan dito sa Pilipinas, hindi papatok sa akin yun. Kasi alam niyo naman na gaano kamahal yung dito sa atin, internet. So hindi rin tayo magkakaroon ng fully access dun sa streaming game nung parang di mo rin siya ma-experience ng maganda. So ako, 30 Mbps lang yung binabayaran ko sa ngayon. So kahit, pero may Netflix naman ako, yun nga lang. Ayun.
So the issue here is probably internet connection. I mean, what would be the point of cloud gaming if not every household has at least 4G?
Dito sa atin Dito sa Pilipinas, yun yung aking pananaw. Hindi rin ako fan ng stage kung as a Filipino citizen, syempre, gawa nga ng internet. Paano pa kaya kung ganun din sa Netflix? So sa kanya, it's a no for me.
All right.
Ayan.
But if it's regularly if under the best outcome situations, let's just say all of the ones who has a Netflix subscription. Kung maganda namang internet connection, why not?
Yeah.
See,
Why not?
Why not?
So,
check out the games first.
Sa atin kasi,
Especially if
mahal
he is
talaga
gonna do
yun.
this.
Ayun, napakamahal nga kasi sa atin yung internet Kumbaga,
right.
Ayun, ang average nga lang yata ngayon, nagbabayad na lang ng sa mga household ng 1.5 for 15 to 20 Mbps yata. Na tingin ko kulang pa rin yun.
Right.
Kulang na kulang.
So
tapos siguro kailangan mo din yan. Pati may access sa phone?
Yeah.
Tama? Ano ba siya,
Well,
parang
this
style
current
remote play? Ganun?
Yun nga. Yun yung
Remote
Right.
play?
I mean, what kind of games are we talking about here, no?
So yun nga
Especially
kasi marami din
especially
yun.
if EA is going to be partnered with Netflix. So I'll give it to Sir Beljan. Beljan, knowing what you know now.
Okay. It's a mixed feeling of being interested and not interested because, interested kasi, subscriber pa rin naman ako ng Netflix for the movies and, streaming. But, interested din ako which game will they release. Depende siguro sa game. And tama rin about Jay, maraming competitors.
Mm-hmm.
And syempre, ano pa ba, mas malaki ang Xbox Cloud, di ba? Yun ang pagkakaalam ko. Mas malaki ang Xbox Cloud Gaming. So, yan. And not being interested to play because, yun nga, meron tayong mga consoles and PC. So, yeah, yun, di na ako
Uh,
sigurado
bec- because the
kung
best games that we have so far, especially the AAA games, you got Xbox Pass and the
hmm,
PlayStation Now, I
Game Pass.
believe, no, as far as cloud gaming goes, and you can play pretty much all of the best games commercially that we have so far. PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo have their own. How about Sir Tres? Knowing what you know, Sir
Ano?
Tres.
Ah, parang napanood ko siya. Actually, nung parang this week lang din. Parang mag-team up ata siya sa Sony. Yung ata yung ano ko nakita ko. They're teaming up with Sony. So, siguro, pwede mong malaro ang PS4 and PS5 games. Mga ganun. Ang ano niya. Then, okay siya sa mga, if you don't have the PS5 or PS4, yun sa mga nakasubscribe, pwede silang siguro maglaro. Ang tanong, kung paano ba siya kukontrolin? Are you gonna connect to your I think DS4 into the DualShock? Are you connecting Bluetooth through your smart TV? Diba?
Ang Stadia may sarili silang controller.
O yun. Ayun nga. Tapos siguro gagawa si Netflix ng sariling controller. I think or USB ewan, ganun. Or may mga supported device siguro silang aanin dito. Yun, tapos ang tanong din dyan kung paano siya magiging smooth kung yun nga, kung playable ang PS4 and PS5. So yun. May nabasa pala ako kanina na nag-comment dun sa napanood kong video Sabi, hey man, on what platform do you play? Tapos, Netflix. Ganun.
Netflix.
Di ba?
So weird.
It's like a funny comment lang. Yun. Pero, ang pinaka, baka sila, ang palagay ko lang baka sila, yung mga storytelling games. Kasi more on movie sila, di ba? Yung mga nilalaro ni Jomar, mga ganun.
Aray.
Yun, yung ko. It's my opinion lang.
Alright.
So, papagsasabay mo na gaming, Netflix, tsaka chill. No?
Oo, yung parang storytelling games yung parang ganun.
I mean for me naman din, no? I mean for me naman din. So
Or gagawa po sila ng original nilang game na hindi makikita talaga sa kanila lang.
What?
exclusive,
Exclusive, yeah.
right? I mean for me siguro when the news broke out, a few questions na lang muna siguro would be what kind of games are we going to talk about here, no? If it's no different from the mobile games that we have so far, because there are a lot of good mobile games sa totoo lang, guys, and if let's just say not EA, because right now officially EA is on board, but how about are they planning to partner up with other third-party members, third-party video game companies? Would be great, sana, if they announce a few more to get at least to get more buzz about it, because EA doesn't really have a good reputation at the moment within the gaming community. And then yun nga, second is how are you going to control it? No, I mean it's good. I mean siguro okay lang if you're just playing at home. You can probably just use your Xbox controller or your PS4, PS5 controller as Bluetooth connection connected to your television, and then you can control you can control Netflix games with those controllers. No, there's no proprietary controllers unlike Stadia. Paano pa kaya if you're gonna do it mobile? Like you're you're just gonna play it in your phone. So, Yun nga, di ba, nabanggit na rin naman na yun. So, we're not sure on how they're going to do it. So, there's a lot of speculation so far. We haven't really heard anything new from Netflix. So, that's it for guys. That's it for now, guys. So, that's our um, initial impressions in regarding with Netflix planning to dip their toes with with video games, no, and it's a not bad idea, no. um, Gaming right now talaga, as in there, it's still growing, booming more than ever, especially
Mga
with the pandemic. Yes, sir.
yeah, steps nga sa mga pag-unlad ng gaming yan, kumbaga. So,
Right.
baka mali natin, nasa baka may hologram na rin tayo nilalaro. Ganun. Di
Oh,
ba?
yun lang, di ba?
Hindi natin inasahan.
Futuristic.
All right. So we'll talk about we'll move now to Sir Jay and Sir Keith. We're
Yum,
going
yum,
to
yum.
talk about the main crux of our topic for this evening, no, which is the Mega Man X game. So,
Yes.
and one cannot really uh, go way too deep with the Mega Man X games if we don't know some of the lore and the history of the Mega Man games, no.
Right.
So, I'll give it to Sir Keith and Sir Jay. So to tell us a little bit about the Mega Man X series
Okay.
and their characters.
Sounds good.
Go
So
ahead.
let me pull up my Spark notes. Okay, so here. Okay. All right. The brief history of Mega Man X. So Mega Man X takes place, we don't know when, but during the 22nd century, aka 21XX, and approximately 100 years after the original Mega Man, the original classic series. There's an archaeologist named Dr. Kane that unearthed, the ruins of Dr. Light's lab, his robotics research facility, and among the ruins he finds this capsule that contains Mega Man X. Mega Man X, similar to Mega Man, the original Mega Man in some ways, but with higher higher specs, I guess, or highly more advanced than the original Mega Man, with human level intelligence and emotion, and the big thing about X is he has his own free will. It's almost like a human, and the world has never seen it before. And Dr. Light's intention for X is to use his self judgment, and to be able to think and to think on his own and make good decisions. Like everything about human morality. So he spends the next he spends a lot of time like researching about X, and he decides to create more robots based on X, called Reploids, which is short for a replicate android. So basically, these robots, these Reploids, they do the same. They think, feel, learn, and grow exactly like a human. And public. There's so as Reploids have become more abundant. There's a resistance called not a resistance, but like Reploids that act up like for
Mavericks.
crime. Yeah, Mavericks. So and then for the resistance, the police, or the city of wherever they live, they wanted to have a unit called the Maverick Hunters, to combat these these Mavericks, because they go against what's right. Among the Reploids and everyone, there's also this character called Zero. Zero is basically the opposite of X. He was actually created by Dr. Wily. He was also unearthed probably around the same time. you know, he's supposed to. I don't know, Keith, if you had anything like to say about Zero as far as history.
So Zero comes from, of course, apparently Dr. Wily, and that's also Dr. Wily's ultimate creation. As the story progressed in Mega Man, when he started off with the X series, a little bit was not known about Zero, but apparently he carried the virus that also took place from the classic series. So Wily played a huge role, and I think Zero's intentions were for to help to start create chaos and world domination. But when he came across Sigma, the virus got taken over by Sigma, and what actually happened was because Zero was out of control, Dr. Kane put a control chip in him,
Hmm.
which will help him fight alongside with the Maverick Hunters.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Keith. So yeah, after all that had happened, Sigma. Did you say something about like Sigma catching the virus from Zero?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yes.
um, so yeah, Sigma, turned into the ultimate, the most evil villain you could, ever face, and so on. That begins the war. That begins the war between X Zero and Sigma, and we have we have 8 episodes of the whole series with some side games that go along with it. So yeah, that's the story of Mega Man X. Joe.
Sergio.
Yeah.
Sergio, nakamit ka yata.
Moment.
I've been talking here. All right. So thank you for Sir, thank you for Sir Jay and Sir Keith, no, for that. And I'll give it to the others if they want to add a little bit more in regards with the history of Mega Man and Zero, just in case they forgot a few things that they want. That's very important to mention. No, how about Sir Tres? Anything else to add?
Um, I'd like to know the the history of Axel because I didn't play it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
Then other it's all ano na, okay naman.
All right. So how about Sir Asu?
About the history of Mega Man X. So, ang pagkakaalam ko dyan, si X ay siya yung parang ginawa ni Dr. Light para maging tulay na mag-coexist talaga yung humans and robots. Parang yan. Kasi kaya binigyan siya talaga ng free will ni Dr. Light niya na mag-isip or ano. So, hindi tulad na robot na walang damdamin na ano, ganun. So, yun yung parang gusto yata mangyari ni Dr. Light yung pagkakaalam ko. So, ayun, yan.
All right. How about Sir Belgian?
Given na lahat kay Jay. Yeah. Additional lang kay Zero, successor ni Base. Siya, successor ni Base. Galing kay Dr. Wily.
So Zero is a successor, originally based, and then Dr. Wily created Zero. So was there any need for Dr. Wily to create Zero? I mean, if or was Base such a flawed design?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question, Joe?
Yeah.
So what was the need for Dr. Wily to create Zero if Base is already there?
Oh, that's a good question.
Is Base such a bad design or such an inferior robot versus the classic Mega Man that he had to create Zero, or Dr. Wily thought that okay, I already got Base, so with what I got with Base, I'll just improve it and then I'll come up with Zero, something like that.
Right. I don't know.
Well,
There's a whole lot of factors to it. I mean, for continuity's sake, I think they're all Capcom. Like, if you look at the reality, Capcom just wants to keep up with the aesthetic. There's also theories. I think Keith, you had mentioned like it's either
so
you or someone else. Yeah.
this was my theory on the take of the creation of Zeros because Dr. Light was Wily's arch rival, and I guess were the blueprints stolen, and he discovered that Wily was making X. There came a point in time in the series that Bass started to lose his trust with Dr. Wily, even though that was his creator.
Oh, there you go.
So
Yeah.
so Bass kind of just was like, I'm gonna do my own thing. I'm gonna prove to Mega Man that I can take him down. But the thing is that when Wily discovered that Bass was just not the design that he thought he could be to take out Mega Man, the theory is, and this is like I said, Capcom kind of left this in the dark, created Zero that was going to take down the classic series, but no one really knows what happened. So
Right.
we're hoping that maybe down in the future and down road we will get a series that's going to explain what happened to the classic series versus the X series, because I still believe because of Zero and Bass's energy source, it's unlimited. And with that
Mhm.
being said, is Bass still alive in the future? It's very well possible. It's very
Yeah.
possible that he could still be alive. And if he were still alive, does he have the upgrades? Does he have the ability to, take on the X series, Maverick Hunters?
All right. And how does Axel come into play?
Okay, so I can give a brief history about Axel. Axel, he doesn't appear until Mega Man X7. According to this wiki here, he is a prototype of the new generation Reploids with the unique ability to mimic the external and internal characteristics of anyone he encounters. So, for those that are not familiar, Axel is the third protagonist in Mega Man X7 and X8. He's a young dude. He appears to have like a teenager like features, and he's very youthful. Can you hear me, Axel? That's all I have. That's all I have. That's all I can see. Yeah. So
Right. So I like the idea that Base pretty much went rogue on his own, as
Mhm.
Sir Keith mentioned. Like if I'm gonna beat Mega Man, I'm gonna beat Mega Man because I wanted to, not because Dr. Wily told me to. But then, because after what was the last? What was the game uh, that Forte made his last appearance? Forte Bass made his last appearance.
Um, so that would be it's technically a continuation of, well, no, the last appearance was from Mega Man 10.
Mega Man
Um,
10.
that kind of took a dark route because they introduced the if I pronounce this correctly, the Robofluenza, which is a virus
Robofluenza.
that infects the robots to, in a sense, go maverick, just like the characters, the robots from the Mega Man X series. So I felt like with Mega Man 10, that was going to start off with the storyline, them jumping to the X series because Wily created that virus. And with that being said, he used that virus to also, give Zero his unlimited potential and his power.
All right. Because after Mega Man what 10 and 11, there's still a good chunk of the canon that didn't really explain what happened with the classic Mega Man characters
Right.
moving forward to X. No, because when they first announced the Mega Man X with the X1 on the Super Nintendo, they just pretty much established the year is this. So we're introducing a new Mega Man without giving any information on what happened with the other characters. So there's a good, huge amount of of info there, what happened with the classic Mega Man characters. No? And so, and for me, kasi unless Capcom pretty much says anything official, everything else is just headcanon. You know, so all speculations, all theories, no, amongst the fan base, and that's a good thing as far as having a discussion go. So thank you for that, Sir Jay and Sir Keith, for dropping some knowledge onto all of us. I will now give it to Sir Jay. So Sir Jay will take the lead in regards naman no sa ating game ranking in all of the Mega Man X games, no?
Yes.
So I'll give it to Sir Jay. Okay, Sir Jay, give it to you.
Here we go. The meat and potatoes of this podcast. All right. Just to explain. So, doing my research before we decided to do this podcast, I looked up how many Mega Man X games there are total in the lore. They came out to 13, and we took a general consensus of what are the top, what are the general public of the Mega Man community, what did they like within the series. So, according to what we had gathered, there's 13 games, but the general consensus is that there's only 11 of them that are considered to be ranked. So we're gonna begin with number 11, everyone's favorite Mega Man X game, Mega Man X7.
Yeah.
Let's go. Who wants to talk about X7? Who wants to sink their teeth into it? The greatest Mega Man X game ever, right, Brad?
Coming in at number 11, Mega Man X7.
Yeah. Asu, you go first.
Okay. So I'll share my experience from my gameplay about Mega Man X7. That's one hell of a game. It's not totally bad. I like their attempt at incorporating the 3D effects or the 3D gameplay, but that's not what makes the X7 bad. What makes X7 bad is poor navigations. Poor navigations when teka. Sorry, naubos yung English natin.
It's alright, bro.
Ayan. So, ayan. Doon sa poor navigations, ang hirap niyang i-control. So, lalo't pag 3D. So, medyo chunky siya or medyo off talaga yung meron nga akong tinatalunan or meron akong gustong i-reach in na item, pero hindi ko alam kung nakukuha ko ba or hindi. Gaya nung sa stage na yung parang nasa area, nasa ship. Grabe yun, yung sa airship. That's it's not heaven, that's hell.
Airship. Basic yan.
Yan. So, napaka awkward ng movements or ng mga jump. Ayan. Tapos next ay ang cutscenes. Cutscenes hindi kayang i-skip. You can't skip the cutscenes. You can fast forward it, but you can't cancel or you can skip.
Exit.
It's the transitions are so slow. That's what makes that's another reason why X7 is bad. Another reason is the transition or when you're save game. Okay, when you press the OK button, it's so slow to move from the next. Are you sure? Yes or no? It's yung mga ganun. Bago lumabas pa yung are you sure? Yes or no, siguro bubilang ka ng 2 segundo. Napakatagal. Parang mayayamot ka. Lalo't pag na-trigger ka na doon sa stage na yun. Magse-save ka lang. Pagbabalik ka pala doon sa stage select, napakabagal. Pipili pa lang sa mga kalaban sa boss, iikot ulit yung parang roleta na para pipiliin mo yung mga boss, napakatagal. So, yun yung nagpapangit talaga sa X7. Pero overall experience, yung gameplay, yung mga weapon concepts, tawag dito, yung pag-attempt nila na incorporate yung 3D sa 2D game, magandang step yon or magandang innovation yon para sa
Yeah.
akin.
I agree.
Yan. Magandang innovation yon. So, kumbaga, pasalamat din tayo sa X7 na dahil sa X7, kumbaga, ito yung pinagsimulan talaga ng step or yung pinagsimulan talaga ng mga 3D animation. Siguro kung wala, hindi naman dadaan yung Mega Man 11, hindi magiging ganun yung itsura ng Mega Man 11 kung hindi dumaan sa Mega Man X7, di ba? So, yun naman yung pananaw ko. So, kahit pa paano magpasalamat din tayo na nag-exist yung X7. So, that's for me.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Asu. Thank you. Bell, you said you're gonna pass. Like you've never played X7.
Yeah, but I enjoy watching if someone is playing X7.
You enjoy the suffering, huh?
Yeah, but, but I can imagine playing it for now.
Okay. Got it. Tres.
And
Yeah.
about boss fight, it's good.
Okay.
I like the boss fight still.
Yeah. Do you have anything, Tres, to input for Mega Man
Yes.
X7?
I didn't play it personally. Pero I do the research nga eh. So, yung voice, napansin ko yung voice acting niya, yung sagwa.
Ayan.
The voice acting is very not
The English
too
release.
good.
Accord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The English
And, syempre, 3D introduction nga sa Mega Man. I think, the gamers, hindi pa nila na-adapt yung pagiging 3D
Ayan, yun
sa
nga rin.
side-scrolling
No, that's true.
Right.
type
Parang,
of game. So hindi pa
I mean,
nila
we tried
hindi pa
that
nila matanggap
They tried it with
na
Legends.
ganun na. Oh, yun. Then ayun, sabi pala sino ba nagsabi dito? Yan si Marlon, yun. Introduction of Axel nga, the character of
Mhm.
Axel.
Right.
Yun. So, yun. For me, ako kasi medyo mahilig ako sa fast-pacing na game. And I see this game like very slow. I think a little bit.
ayan, slow pace nga yung laro nito.
Yan. And then I'm very talaga. Natatawa ako sa itsura ng characters pag tumatakbo. Hindi ko alam bakit. Ang kulit nila tumakbo eh. No? Parang hindi matapang tingnan, hindi maangas.
Parang
Alam mo
lumulutang lang din siya.
Oo.
Alam niyo yun, yung ganun.
Oh.
Yun lang. Yun yung napansin ko dito.
I mean, they look like they're running fast, but the environment is running slow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awkward pa nga yung talaga 3D animation dito.
Oo, yun.
So,
Yung mga soundtrack, okay naman din. Parang okay naman siya.
soundtrack, magaganda soundtrack. So, parang ako lang yata naglaro sa atin ito eh.
Ikaw nga.
Oo.
Siguro
So,
kung engine ng siguro Odyssey, maganda to.
Yun na nga
Oh.
lang din kasi talagang innovation pa lang ito, innovation stage
Super Mario
ng
Ganon to.
Mga
Ganda.
ganun.
Kasi ayun nga, mga ganyang boss fight, gusto ko yung mga ganyan. Mga arena type na parang nakakulong lang kayo na naghahabulan.
Parang sa Legends yun eh.
Yeah. You have a point.
Maganda, kaya yun ang nagustuhan ko lang dyan sa siguro
Like Legend boss fight
hirapan
type.
na lang. Difficulty na lang siguro dito sa boss fight.
Additional lang, parang ito sa akin yung pinaka-worst na armor ni X. Glide armor.
Right.
Walang
Glide
kwenta para sa akin.
Parang Spyro, ganun.
You just
Glide Spyro.
ang special features lang ng armor niya, glide armor para mag-glide ka sa ere. Pag pinress mo yung dinoble tap mo yung jump, lilipad ka na nag-glide ka lang pababa. Yun lang yung special feature, wala
niya
na.
lang yung yung landing mo para ma-reach mo yung certain na surface.
Oh, bakit? Sabi ko lang yun. Pero may Geiga attack. Pero hindi utility gamitin yung hindi napaka-utility gamitin ng Geiga attack. Wala, napakapangit. Ito yung worst na armor ni X para sa akin. In terms of utility, ganun.
Si Zero, may ano ba?
Wala, Black Zero pa rin. So dito, nag-iba kay Zero dito. Nagkaroon siya ng D-Glaive, nag-iba yung, nagkaroon nga dito, nagkaroon siya ng Sandata, nagkaroon siya ng Sibat. At saka meron,
Ayan.
yun din ang gusto ko din pala dito sa X7.
Tsaka,
Meron siyang dagger dito, flying dagger si Zero. So kumbaga, hindi na tayo na stack up doon sa espada Zero lamang. Nagkaroon na rin ng special feature si Zero, nagkaroon ng mga ibang Sandata, pero at least melee pa rin si Zero, di ba? Kumbaga melee character, si Zero pa rin. Hindi rin naman nila ginawa ng parelo, ano. Zibat pa rin naman, mga dagger, ganun. Yun ang maganda sa akin.
yan nga, additional lang din. Si Mega Man, di ba, hindi siya playable in the first, tama, di ba?
Yes.
Hindi siya,
Kailangan, need
yeah.
mo ng rank,
And
or need
he's
mo
a weak
mag-request
ass.
na, parang need mo mag-rescue ng certain number of Reploids bago mo
Yeah,
ma-unlock si
yeah.
Mega Man.
Yeah.
Right.
May nililigtas rin, di ba?
Yeah.
Mga survivor.
So yeah, Keith, any input about Mega Man X7?
Ooh, I have a lot to say about X7, and I hate to bash the game, but I respect the fact that Capcom tried to go the route being that we're jumping into the next game generation back in the days with the PS2 and the PS3. I know they were testing the waters to see if the series would be able to do well on there. I feel like Capcom kind of bit themselves in the butt, and I say that because though they were testing it, I think they could have just maybe went the route of maybe still doing 2D, but from my knowledge, because of these new games coming out and everything was going 3D, they wanted to see if the X series would last on the next generation consoles. Now, let's just say if this was successful, we would probably have seen more Mega Man X games in the future, maybe some spin-offs or more games on the PS2. But I mean, that didn't do well. And me personally, the talking was just it just didn't feel right. It didn't have that passion and that that flow of Mega Man X game. Graphic wise, it was just a little too stiff.
Yeah.
I didn't like the animations. I like the fact that they did try to introduce Axel, but with a game developed like this, it kind of leaves a bad taste in the fans' mouth.
Right.
And now going forward, if they were to make any more games in the series, how can Capcom redeem themselves if they do decide to make another game?
Right.
I personally, it was so bad to me, I ended up letting my friend borrow it. Like, I didn't even have the game for a week. And my buddy was like, hey, can I borrow it? And usually when I get a new video game, I like to play it and then I'll let somebody borrow it. It was so bad, I just let him, do his thing. Like I said, I give Capcom credit for the fact that they tried to, do something with this series doing 3D. But Mega Man is just not meant to do 3D, especially if the games have always been 2D platformers. It should have stuck in that realm. They can spice it up with, 2D HD graphics. The PS2 had so much potential. They could do it. It's just Capcom didn't know how to present it. And I feel that they should have taken a little bit more time on it.
Right. That was really good, Keith. That was awesome. Good explanation. For myself, I do remember buying this game. I don't know what happened. I don't know if I use it as a frisbee or a coaster.
Or a coaster.
It's very, Jay.
I do remember owning it at some point when I had my PS2. I definitely did not beat it. I remember playing it. I remember not complaining about it, but I also remember not finishing it either. I think I just gave up because, I think it didn't hold a candle to its
Rage
usual
quit.
formula. Not even rage quit. I'm like, what is this? Like, get out of here. It's just, yeah, it doesn't hold a candle. They should have just stuck to the formula. I get it. I agree with everyone. I like the approach. It's kind of like Mega Man Legends in a way, with the whole arena and being able to you know fight the Mavericks in an open setting, um, and just like Keith and Asu and everyone else said, it's a like we give props to Capcom innovating in a way, stepping out of their comfort, going into the 3D realm. But at the same time, it wasn't executed well. So, I can't really say much about X7.
Mhm.
Yeah. And Joe, would you like to round it off? Any thoughts about what we
All
said?
right. So I'm just gonna provide an outsider's point of view for someone who hasn't really played all of the Mega Man X games. Uh, so for the longest time, Mega Man in itself has always been a 2D side scroller game, and back in the mid '90s, ever since the PlayStation was first announced, it was kind of like a jump, like a what's the best term to describe it? Like a coming off an age where most of the gaming franchises must jump from 2D to 3D
Yeah.
at some point.
Mm-hmm.
No, Castlevania is also one of those games that from 2D they have to go 3D eventually, so to speak. As far as the Mega Man games is concerned, got Mega Man Legends. No, would be the best example for Capcom introducing the Mega Man platform uh, to test it how would a 3D rendered environment would go like. No, I haven't really played about the Mega Man Legends, but were there any robot masters in Mega Man Legends? Or you're just running around places doing random
Pirates.
tasks?
Pirates.
You're fighting the Reaver bots, and
Yeah, Riverbots.
you're going underground and collecting relics and power
Right.
ups.
So unlike the classic Mega Man games that you really need to fight specific robot masters, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then what year Mega Man X7 came out?
I think it was 2000. Yeah,
2000.
2000,
And when was
2001.
And then when was Mega Man X6?
Let me check.
99.
I
So
think
Mega
that
Man
was
X,
99.
no, Mega Man
99.
X7. Mega Man X7 came out 2003, and then Mega Man X6 came out 2001.
2001.
Yeah,
2001.
So there's a good amount of time in between each game,
right.
because Mega
For
Man X6
preparation.
is what is the last X series that was featured for the PlayStation 1. Am I right?
X6. Yeah.
X6. So
Hmm.
eventually they had to move forward to the PlayStation 2. So how many years in between between X6 and X7?
2 years.
Too.
So 2 years. Maybe it's just me. So if I'm gonna develop like a proper Mega Man X canon, after X6, I mean, judging by what you guys have mentioned, and to all of you guys there at the chat, it kind of seems to me that Capcom rushed this game
Hmm.
just to see just to see how would this would go with the taste buds of the fans. Like, how are they going to like it? And um, so you got Axel X uh, for with given specific instructions on how you get him, and then you got Zero. Axel is for me. Looking at the video game footage right now in the screen, he has the auto aim function. So
Uh,
just point and then he'll just shoot out automatically.
Yes.
You won't miss.
Rapid.
So
there's an
basically,
auto
Axel.
aim, pero you can change the target.
Right.
Uh,
So basically, Axel is the character avatar for all of those gamers who are pretty much new to the series, like a beginner level, right? Because as long as you got the auto aim, you're good, you're fine. As long as you're hitting the enemy, you're fine. And then of course you got Zero for those advanced users who already knows how to use Zero. Slash away, jump and slash and all that, right? Looking at the footage with Zero, it's really hard for me to tell because of the 3D because of 3D rendering. No, if it's I kind of hard I kind of find it hard to understand if what would be the range for Zero to hit the enemy, because if Zero is facing if Zero is facing his enemy, then that means his back is pretty much, you can see his back. Unlike unlike the side scrolling, you can see pretty much how far his sword would go. So you can still have a good adaptation on how far you should be away from the enemy. Looking at the screen now, if I'm gonna play this game as Zero, unless of course I move the camera, if I'm gonna approach the enemy, how close should I be for me to get a clean hit?
Tungkol dun sa mga malayo ang characters, mga malayo ang mobs. Pag si Zero ang gamit mo, meron yung sabi ko yung dagger. Meron siyang weapon dagger dito na binabato niya. Unlimited gun.
So basically, those are just functions to compensate
Yun yung
the
kaya
distance problem. Because Zero, as far as we know, is a melee fighter. You need to get really up close, and if the camera is going to be an issue, it's going to be a little bit difficult for the players to use Zero. Just to close the gap the distance between him slash the enemy. So you have some projectiles for Zero to use.
Tapos eto nga din yun, sabi nga ni Marlon, kasi meron ditong tag team features. So kung hindi mo effective si Zero sa ganitong situation, you can use tag. So pwede mong ipalit si X or si Axel. So pwede ka pumili dito ng 2 characters dun sa tatlo, kay X, Zero at saka kay Axel. So kung hindi effective si Zero sa ganitong situation, you can tag. So yun yung ano naman. To
So basically,
compensate.
if the player is having some difficulty, they can use another character. But beating the game with Zero alone is plausible if you're skilled enough. Is that what you guys are telling me? All right.
Yep.
I can understand why this game gets the flag that it gets. As you guys have mentioned, it is rather slow. Like I mentioned earlier, they look like they're running fast, but the environment is not really catching up.
Awkward movements.
Right.
And ladies and gentlemen, there at the chat, adventure platform games, we're not not accustomed to the concept. No, there are a lot of games from 2D who went to 3D that function just as well. Unfortunately, in this game, it didn't really execute that well. You know, there are other game franchises who started out with 2D that was made into 3D. Same thing, platforming, camera rotating angles. That's fine. But for some reason, with the X7 game, it just didn't feel right. And I'm one of those players who haven't really played the Mega Man games, but I'm paying attention good enough to understand why this game is getting that much hate. You know, maybe it's because of the purist attitude of most of the Mega Man fans, that they thought that okay, Mega Man should always be not necessarily 2D, but should always be a side-scrolling, fast-paced run and shoot 'em game. No, so I can understand the flack. Otherwise, that's it for me. Thank you.
Gotcha. All right.
Guys, I have a question.
Go ahead, Bill.
Do you know, guys, Mega Man 64? Which
Yes.
is the Mega Man Legends, right?
Yes.
It was released on Nintendo 64 2000, the year
Yes.
2000, as far as I remember. What do you guys think if there is no Mega Man Legends or Mega Man 64, but they release this X7 as Mega Man 64 on Nintendo 64? What do you guys think?
I would still use it as a coaster or a frisbee.
Sa akin siguro hindi rin magbabago yung paningin ko. Kasi hindi ko siya hindi ko siya kinumpara doon sa dalawa eh. Hindi ko pa rin lalaro yung dalawa. Talagang overall napaka talaga. Worst title talaga ng X series sa akin talaga.
Let's say Nintendo 64 era.
Mga ganong era nga. Maari rin. Kumbaga,
Alright.
What do you think, Keith?
Magsishine kaya yung game na yan doon sa panahon na yan?
Yun din nga kasi yung isang reason nga rin kaya kini-hate nga.
Wrong
yung mga
timing
hipster.
yata talaga. Tingin ko wrong time.
Kasi yung mga na-stack up sa ganong gameplay na 2D side-scrolling, mga ayaw mag-adapt.
I mean, this is what happens when you don't really transition.
So transition
well, you don't plan your transitions. Fans, regardless of the franchise, are always eager for some innovations.
Right.
But I think what happened here, they just went from 2D to 3D with haphazardly, without careful planning. Because, like you guys mentioned, 2 years in between X6 and X7 lang.
Right.
No.
Yeah. Keith,
Maybe
sorry.
Go.
Yeah. Keith, I don't know if you had something to say about your input.
If I heard that correctly, X7 on the 64.
Yeah. How do you think it would do?
I mean, because that the 64 was out before the PS2, and being with those graphics and how it was handled, I'm wondering, would Capcom have went the route of it being 3D or 2D with 3D animations? I mean, yes, they could have tested waters with that, but if I'm thinking this correctly, it could have probably played something like Mega Man Legends.
Right.
It might have been successful to where it could have, made the other games in the series a little bit more successful as well, but I think it wouldn't have done well.
Gotcha.
Only if they had used maybe something like with 2D. You see like these games nowadays with HD graphics, hand-drawn animation. I feel like the 64 can handle those graphics, being that, at that time when you were kids, it was a powerful system.
Yeah.
It's just Nintendo didn't know how to push the limit of the systems, and I think that Capcom could have really done that.
Right. Yeah. Sounds good.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Joe.
That's fine.
Yeah. So
nothing else I could say to to defend this game.
Gotcha.
It had good music. I won't lie. Some of the music in X7 was good, decent.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of memorable lines too. Burn to the ground, So
I read the comment. Carlo Rabe says X7 on Dreamcast instead of 64.
That could have worked. That could have worked.
The graphics, right?
Mas maganda, no?
Yeah, that could
I
have
can see it
worked.
working.
Yeah. All right, moving on. Before I say what the game is, well, I will say the game is, but I do want to see a show of hands here on the podcast. Among the six of us, who has played Mega Man Extreme for the Game Boy Color?
Nope. Definitely nope.
No one, just me.
Me.
You okay?
Haven't even I don't even know that.
But I don't even remember it.
Really? Okay.
I don't even know it existed.
Because I'm
honestly,
very young.
I only know its existence because of you guys.
Okay, so I guess I have to I'll take the lead, and Tress, you can put your input as well.
Yeah.
So Mega Man Extreme for the Game Boy Color. Hold on.
Number 10.
Number 10. So, according to my Spark notes here, it is a spin-off title of the X series. It basically, the same as it's the same as the original Game Boy games that had for the classic series of Mega Man. They take some elements from X1 and X2 from the Super Nintendo, and they integrate it and put it into Mega Man Extreme. So Mega Man Extreme it's not a retelling, but it's its own story. You know, uh, you know, X and Zero are still there. This is like I don't know where this falls in the timeline. Hold on, let me see. Oh, never mind. Um, you know, the story of Mega Man Extreme. Um, there's a hacker um, called Techno that breaks into the world's mother computer, and you know, and it destabilizes all the networks, and allowing Mavericks, past and present, to run wild everywhere. Um, and all of a sudden X finds himself, like I guess he time traveled or something, and back to his first adventure to to stop Sigma and all the Mavericks from the first game. So I guess that's just a way to explain the reasons why the Mavericks from X1 and X2 are in the game. So um, so yeah, for me, I remember playing this game. I had it on the original. I had a Game Boy Advance. I didn't have a Game Boy Color. I remember playing it, and then I also remember, playing it on an emulator as well. For me, I enjoy the game. I do enjoy the game itself. It's the only time you'll ever really see Mega Man X in 8-bit form. I thought it was pretty interesting. The Mavericks that are in here, off the top of my head, I think it's Flame Stag. You see here, you'll see um, Chill Penguin, Spark Mandrill, and hold on, let me see. Extreme. One second, guys.
Think about it. Think about this, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen. Mega Man Extreme for the Game Boy Color
Yeah,
made it to the top 10
right.
instead of X7. So that means that's how bad X7 is. No,
Yeah, right.
people enjoyed this better than X7. So
Yeah,
think
yeah,
about
Man,
Pero
I'm gonna
nakikita
try
ko
it
lang
out.
parang ang ganda nito for a Game Boy Color. Sa
right.
Game
Oh,
Boy lang.
ganda.
Looks like a Game Boy
Parang
Advance to
ganda.
me actually than a Game Boy Color.
Yeah. So the original the Mavericks for this game are Chill Penguin, Spark Mandrill, Storm Eagle, and then Flame Stag. So you fight those four first, right? And then you have to fight Sigma and everyone, and then you start the story again with a different set of Mavericks. Those are Wheel Gator, Magna Centipede, Morph Moth, and Armored Armadillo. And then you beat the game again, and that's the same thing. You fight all the bosses, and then you fight Sigma. So I thought it was a pretty interesting take. As far as being on the Game Boy Color, it's an 8-bit iteration of X. I thought it was handled pretty well. I can understand. I can understand why it's ranked low because as you can see, most of us didn't know about his existence. But for me, I enjoyed the game. I would play it. It's a game I find myself enjoying and playing over and over again. So, Tress, anything you like to say about Extreme?
Ayun. Nag-enjoy ako. Na-enjoy ko siya din nung time nung maliit pa ako sobra. Natawa ako kasi the combination of yung mga boss like Jay said nga.
Mhm.
And then na-enjoy ko kasi nasa console siya ng Game Boy. So handheld, anytime I can play it, anytime I can play it anywhere, you know. And then for the graphics, it's good for a Game Boy Color ano na na game. Ayun, so na-remember ko talaga lagi kong dala yung Game Boy ko. Yan lang yung nilalaro ko. Repeat lang. Paulit-ulit ko siya nilalaro. Dami kong naubos na baterya.
Yep.
Ayun.
Yup, binibilad mo sa araw.
Bibilad ko sa araw para ma-charge.
Right.
Yeah, that's my experience about it.
Okay. Would anyone like to put their input, or no one has?
Sir Keith, go.
Yeah, go ahead, Keith.
I mean, looking at the gameplay for it, it does look interesting. To get something to pass time. I feel like the Extreme and Extreme 2 was not canon. It was just like basically a what if. And, if you enjoyed, playing the original games, you kind of get a feel of, the what ifs and being able to fight against your, all your favorite Mavericks from the series to mix it up a little bit to, test your, what you call it, test your strength against the series. I don't think it's bad. I just never got a chance to really play it. But if I were to go back and pull out my Game Boy, I would definitely give this a shot. It looks fun.
Gotcha. Thanks, Keith. Joe or Asu, Bell, any input? If you want to
I don't have anything to say about this game because I didn't play it.
Maybe just a tangent, So regarding what Chris mentioned earlier, I'm not sure about. So I'm just gonna ask Sir Keith and Jay if they know about this. In regards dun sa sinabi ni Tres earlier, just a tangent, guys. No, there's this urban myth that as long as you if you have your lithium batteries, as long as you put them under the sun for quite a number of hours, then magically it will recharge itself. Are you
Wow.
do you know that myth?
No.
No, I've never heard of that.
Tres, does it work? if you put it under the sun for too long,
It works.
will
It
recharge.
works.
It works.
It works.
It works.
Ewan ko, yun yung psychological paniniwala ko.
Baka placebo na lang.
As a child,
And these are not solar, and these are not solar powered AA batteries we're talking about.
Even if it's not the rechargeable one.
ever ready.
Ever ready?
Yeah, but still, even if they are rechargeable batteries, if you're for some reason, because I heard about it, as long as you put it under the sun,
Yeah.
if you just let it chill out under
I think sun here in the Philippines is different.
it's a common thing in the Philippines. They're just gonna put they put the battery.
Tropical It's
under the
tropical
sun,
here.
and they will recharge solar power.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Take care of the environment, guys. Use solar power if it works. And that's it. That's just a tangent. But as far for me about this game, like I mentioned, like we mentioned, we didn't even realize this game existed. Looking at the game footage that we have right now, like they said, it looks good for a Game Boy Color. I say it looks more of a Game Boy Advance game. A Game Boy Advance game myself.
Right.
So I'm guessing Jay might know more about Jay and Sir Keith might know more about this. But the storyline for Extreme and Extreme 2. So because there were two Extreme games that were released for the Game Boy Color, guys.
Yes.
Extreme 1 and Extreme 2. Did they even provided a little bit more information in regarding with the X canon? I mean, canon meaning to the actual storyline.
Yeah.
History-wise.
Yeah. From what I've read about it, it does happen in between. I'm not sure where it falls in the timeline, but if we gotta take an educated guess,
It's between X1 and X3.
X1 and X3. So
X3, yeah.
Well, Extreme 1 would take place after X2 because
Yes.
it takes the Mavericks from both, and then Extreme 2 is definitely after X3 because Extreme 2 carries basically a lot like from each game, X1, X2, and X3. So, and also
so for those people who didn't even know this existed, the Extreme 1 and Extreme 2, are they missing out on something important, or it's okay, or it's pretty much an optional games?
Yeah, honestly, I see it as an optional game. And it like if you see the screen right now, there's a boss.
Different character, yeah.
Yeah. I forgot their names, Gamerol and
Yeah.
I forget, but it does have its qualities. For me myself, I would recommend playing it just for fun. You know, um, definitely. I mean, at the time it was Mega Man X on the road, so
Still,
for
yeah,
mobile,
right.
yeah. So
And it's in color.
and it's in color, yes. So yeah,
Because I remember the old Mega Man games for the original Game Boy. It's really hard. It's really hard to see them,
yeah,
especially with the green lit panel.
yeah,
Uh, whether you're playing it in the daytime or the nighttime, it's still
yeah,
very difficult for the players to see what's going on.
yeah.
Not even the little night light helps with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Right.
Yeah,
Ugh.
but still.
Uh, oh yeah.
But
Also,
this and the Game Boy Color is still a good. It's a good innovation in itself. By
yeah,
adding color in a Mega Man X game,
right.
as far as a handheld console goes,
Yeah,
giving it color does improve the gameplay quality a lot.
right.
That's
Also,
that's what yeah.
yeah. The Extreme 2 didn't make the list, and I can understand why. I guess I'll just package this together with the Extreme 1. Extreme 2, same thing. Takes the Mavericks from 1, 2, and 3. But also, another redeeming quality about Extreme 2, you can play as Zero as well as X. Zero is playable in Extreme 2 and plays just like he does in X4, So, yeah. Um, yeah. That I played briefly that as well. But overall, I do recommend playing the Game Boy games. If you have time, if it caught your interest. Yeah.
All
Hey,
right.
the mini boss, his name is Zane and Gimel
Yeah.
J.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pascal. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's it. So we're gonna move on. Number 9, Mega Man X5.
Coming in number 9,
Number 9 is
X5.
X5.
Yun, si Asu.
Okay, so go.
Ako na
Let's go.
naman.
Gusto mo yun eh.
Nakaka-surprise na nasa number 9 ng X5 talaga. Hindi ko inaasahan na nasa number 5 to. Sa number 9.
You're surprised? It's number
Yes,
number 9.
I'm surprised that the X5 is in our top 9.
Yeah.
Saan mo siya expected?
In X5.
Top 1 yan.
5 man lang, di ba? 5, mga 6, ganun.
Hmm.
Okay, so about X5. Matagal ko na rin hindi nalalaro ang X5. So, X5, so dito yata nag-introduce yung mga Sigma virus na parang dito unang pumotok yung Sigma virus. So, nandito na yung bagong nila, parang commander si Cygnus ba yan? Wala na yung sa X4 yung dalawa, sila General. Pangalan yung babae tsaka yung mataba, si Double tsaka
Colonel.
Ayun, wala na.
Colonel.
Si Colonel, wala nga Colonel. So, ayun.
So, yung
Tapos you
number.
can start with base nga doon sa gameplay na nakikita natin, you can start you can start to play as a X with 4th armor. So yung 4th armor dito is a downgrade nung parang ang nangyari na yata dito ay parang nag-malfunction na yung 4th or yung 4th armor dito. So bumagal na or parang na-downgrade na yung features. So parang naubos na yata yung ganun yung lore yata dyan yung pagkakaalam ko. Kaya wala na siyang Nova Strike. Although meron pa rin nung hover tsaka nung plasma shot, okay pa rin naman para sa akin. Mas gusto ko pa rin gamitin niya kaysa doon sa Falcon. So yun, dito na introduce din sa X5, yung dalawa na yung armors, pwede ka na mamili. Hindi lang isa. Sa X4, from X1 to X4, isa lang ang armor. So dito nagsimula yung dalawa yung armor. So
I didn't realize Dragoon is here.
Yeah, he's
it's a training facility, if I'm correct.
Yes.
You're
So
correct.
they simulating Magma Dragoon.
Because I thought I used the wrong game footage.
Yan, na.
You're good. You're good.
Meron training mode
Yeah.
dito sa X5. Eh. Ito pala nga, bukod tangi may training mode, no? X5. Yun.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
So, dagdag trivia. Gawa tuloy nun. So, yun, trivia, yung ano pa rin pala, itawag dito, yung the name of the bosses are reference from Guns N' Roses members, if
That's true.
I'm correct.
Wow, that's hardcore.
Yep.
Sila Duff McQuillan, Axel the Red, and
Grizzly.
Slash.
Izzy Glow.
Easy Glow.
Easy glow.
Ano pa ba? So, dito
mean,
Ayan, sige, go.
Oh, guys, no. I'll talk once. It's my turn. So go.
Okay. So you have any other things to say about X5? Or are you good? Goods na?
Sino ba ako?
Yeah,
Go,
yes.
go. Yes,
Okay.
go, move on.
Okay. All right. So, Belle, do you have any anything to say about X5?
Nah.
No, you're good. Goods na?
Yeah, good.
Have you played it?
I haven't finished.
Oh, you haven't
Tried.
finished.
Yeah,
Okay.
I tried.
Oh, you tried. Okay.
Just tried.
All right. Tress, I know you're familiar with X5.
Oh, yes. Yan, introduction ng duck. Yan, yan yung
Ang duck.
they have
Right.
to
Crouch.
No.
yung
Kasi
crouch or crouch.
Okay.
And then yung introduction din ng mga you have to save the Reploids.
Ayan.
Yan. For extra lives, I think no equipment, di ba? For extra lives lang. Yun. Tapos, yun, playable character. Oh, yeah. Playable character, X and Zero. Siyempre. And,
Ito yung pinaka-ayokong stage eh.
yun. Tapos, you can obtain the ultimate armor in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yun,
I think
wala.
in Zero's, in Sigma's,
Black Zero. Di, Black
in
Zero din.
level 3 Sigma's stage, I think.
Yeah.
You need to
yeah.
be in the normal X for you to acquire it.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's a certain na lugar kung saan siya makukuha. Then ano pa ba? Yun, my favorite, the stage bell. Yung laser. The segment, this is the segment where the stage of Sigma, the laser, when you do the dark hold,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Sigma shot.
I want to challenge you if you have to play that. Don't use dark hold.
Oh my
No
god.
Dark Hold, no Dark Hold.
Oh, no dark
Pwede,
hold.
di ba? Pwede.
Yes.
Challenge yourself, guys.
Because
Oh,
it's like
yeah.
it's like
Without
quick
using
max
dark hold.
lasers.
Without using dark hold, yeah.
Mm.
Ayun, so ano pa ba? Yun, si Zero may buster. Yun.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Um,
Yun.
yeah.
Ano pa ba?
Okay. So
Teka
Yun.
lang.
That's it.
May sinabi dito si Emon. Gaya is trash. Uy, hindi.
oh gosh.
Kaya ng Gaya armor dito.
Oy, kailangan mo din kasi si Gaia, 'di ba? Kasi you have to get it to obtain the heart tanks, I think.
Hindi, kasi parang medyo mabagal yung galaw ni Gaya armor kasi kumbaga, ang feature sa kanya, heavy duty siya.
Oo.
Parang
Kailangan mo rin
mababakal
kasi
siya.
para makuha yung heart tank. Kaya kailangan mo talagang
Pero
kumpletuhin.
di mo angas ay Gaya armor nga. Oh, kami-hami.
Gaia. What do you call it? Gaia.
Gaia.
What do you
Gaya.
Gaya.
Gaya armor. Gaya
Nobody says
Gaia.
Gaya. Regardless of whether it's E or I, you say it as
Hindi mo
Gaya.
angas ang Gaya. Malas malakas nga.
Gaya
Kaya
Gaya.
kasi sa Falcon,
Gaya,
yung Falcon
Gaya.
kasi, ang liit lang ng hitbox. Yung parang isang needle lang siya. Pero yung charge ng Gaya armor, maganda naman. Yun nga lang, ayun. Mabagal gumalaw. Tapos, sige.
Yun, madaya. Si madaya si Falcon lumilipad.
All right. So Keith, anything you like to say about Mega Man X5?
It's a little different for me. Definitely as the series was taking more of a darker route, they ramped up the difficulty. I like
Yes.
that they introduced the crouching
Hmm.
and the falcon armor, which was amazing. I thought it was amazing design. Level layout was pretty decent. Just some of the boss fights were just insanely hard,
Oh
but it
yeah.
was doable.
Yeah.
Um,
Yes.
I felt like they kind of rushed this a little bit because X4 had amazing animation, and I kind of missed that they did those
I
Right.
animations instead of the still animation. Don't
Yep.
get me wrong, the art was great, but it was kind of just, I felt like a downgrade, and Capcom kind of took the lazy route on
Yep.
this. But it was
That's
overall a good game. I just felt like originally this should have been the end of the X series, which Keiji Inufune had originally imagined that this
right.
was going to be the last game, but
Yep.
Capcom was like, no, we still need the game to go. And yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So my input, just as everyone else said, I do like the the option for to begin X5. You could either choose X or zero to begin. If you choose X, zero loses his Buster. If you choose zero first, I think X doesn't get his armor from the fourth game, if I'm correct. Um, I think that might be it. I also like that they introduced the crouch aspect, to be able to be
yeah.
duck. I do remember when I had the game on the first PlayStation, it had all the Guns N' Roses um, names for the Mavericks, and the story behind that, I think it was a request from like a wife from a developer or something that she wanted, to have the Guns N' Roses names, and I think it got a lot of not backlash, but you know, it didn't really sit well with some of the you know some of the Mega Man fan base. But and for me myself, I like in this stage, Tidal Whale. It's I like the little nod to X2 where they reused the music from Bubble Crab. I thought that was pretty cool. And for the game itself, I do remember playing it a lot. I think I've beaten it once. Another redeeming quality about the game is if you're playing as either X or Zero, you get to fight, the other, um, depending on the situation. I think if I might maybe right or wrong, if Zero gets infected with the virus, you have to fight him, and same thing. Um, Another aspect is the Reploid rescue. Gives you life or gives you like a certain upgrade. Um, but yeah, I do want to revisit this game again. I thought it was a pretty cool game. So, Joe, if you have any
All right.
input.
As far as you guys mentioned, so they pretty much used the names from Guns N' Roses, as an homage. Did they did the same thing with the rest of the games? Like for
Mm,
example, Nirvana or ACDC
walang
or
ibang
Bon Jovi.
reference.
Did
I
did
think
they do the same thing?
I think
So just Guns N'
they're
Roses,
music
right?
inclined, the
Yeah.
Oh, because
developers.
because that's
Rock
pretty
world
creative,
music.
no? Because I mean, for X1, X2, X3, X4, I mean, as far as naming the robot characters, the robot master characters, uh, some of them are really, really creative, so pretty much an adjective, and then what kind of animal he's like, no? Then that's pretty much your robot master name, no? And then coming here as X5, as an homage to the members of Guns N' Roses. It kind of gave this game a little bit more allure for the fan base, no?
Hmm.
Made it a little bit more memorable. My brother used to play X5, so we had the X. We played
Dynamo.
the X4 first. We owned X4 first, and then we liked it, and then we bought X5. He played it, or he played it, actually not me. So I just watched him play this game. And even though I played X4 for most part of it, looking at X5, as I remember it now, it kind of feels like an X4 game still. For me, andun pa rin yung, it still feels like a proper X4 sequel, no, as far as the gameplay goes. The
Yun din yung
look,
tingin ko
the
doon.
feel, the gameplay still feels like X4 with a few hints, with a few innovations here and there. Um, Pascal here in the chat mentioned something about, if you're going to choose X, then Zero will lose his Buster,
Yep.
and if you
Yep.
choose Zero, then X will lose the fourth armor.
Yes. Yep.
And I didn't. I mean, I forgot about that, no, and because for the X1, X2, X3, Zero barely. You can. Zero is pretty much all has always been the melee fighter between the two,
Hmm.
and compared to X, X, no, in regards with the X Buster, Zero using his own Buster is a little bit slow.
Ngayon ko lang nalaman yun. Yung sa Buster ay nawawala pala.
Hmm. Because
Hindi kasi ako
unlike X, who can use his Buster like in a rapid
Hindi mo-
succession, Zero will just shoot out one very
Hindi naman
slow,
kasi
like one.
yung
But it's-
beauty...
It's powerful, the Buster of Zero.
Right. So if I'm going to,
Kahit
so if
pa
I'm going
isa-isa lang.
So
Pero
if I
hindi
played Mega Man X1, X2, X3, X4, and I've always and if a certain player have always been using Zero as a melee fighter, then choosing X is pretty much okay, because I mean you'll hardly use Zero's Buster anyway,
Right.
no? Rather than if you're gonna choose Zero first, then you're gonna lose a big chunk of
Yeah.
excess firepower if
Yep.
you're going to take a fire armor.
Right.
It's not even a good trade. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny. Yeah. But
I mean, it's not a good trade. Well, that's for me.
Yeah.
Isn't this split mushrooms stage?
yeah, listen. The
Same.
last few podcasts we had, whenever Capcom came up, the word laziness followed. So,
The word
Oh, but
recycle.
remember when I
Michael.
mentioned like this feels like an X4 game because
yes.
shit like
Yeah.
this, no?
Yeah. Yeah.
So the cheesiness, the repetitiveness of Capcom, no,
Yep.
it's still very prevalent on this game, no.
Right.
We can
When I
insert
say
the
it feels like an X4 game, because it is, no.
Yeah.
All right.
we can
Yeah.
insert the GTA meme.
Oh,
Shit,
gosh.
here we go again.
Pero,
Oh, snap.
pero
Here
enjoy
we
dito
go.
yung... sige, sorry.
Brady calls
Go,
it
go,
lazy
go, go.
calm.
Lazy com.
Lazy com. Oh
Lazy
gosh. Capcom. All right. So moving on. Thank you for all your input of
Wait,
Mega Man X5.
itong X5 din ng di ba? Ito lang ang series na una mong makakalaban si Sigma.
Oh, right. Oh,
Yes.
really?
What's the question?
Pansin ko lang.
Yes.
Kasi yung ibang series, wala yatang Sigma sa umpisa.
Yeah,
X4,
Sigma
Sigma.
head, yung ulo.
Ah,
Ano ba naglaro ng X5? SO.
yun nga si Sigma nga lang. X5 lang.
Itong X5 lang meron. Tama.
The head of Sigma.
Sigma head.
Yeah. You can only this is the only series that you can fight Sigma in the first.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And
In the intro stage.
X6, X7, X8 doesn't have a underwater level. I guess X5 is the last X series that has the underwater level.
Oh, interesting.
Yan ang pinakaayaw kong
That
stage.
is true.
My most hate stage in X5, the underwater
din
level.
yung plus spike.
Oh,
Combo
Tapos,
yun eh.
yung transition pa niya ang tagal.
Pinaka-favorite ko yung yung sa may jet ski. Yung may kinakompleto ka.
Yes.
Yeah,
Like,
enjoy ako doon. Na maraming pina-trigger.
Sa
May
mga
pinanood
gumagana.
kami ni Bell na trigger doon.
It's like jet. It's like
May
a jet
pinanood
stain
kami
race for
streamer na
stage
trigger na
right.
trigger doon sa jet ski yun.
Galit na galit.
Ayan.
You have to collect the yung parang star, di ba?
Ah,
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Now, for you guys down there at the chat, if you're wondering why X5 came out a little bit low on the list, because when we released the questionnaire to the Mega Man X communities, there's only so much who participated with the questionnaire.
Right.
If a lot more people handed out their votes, then most likely X5 would have turned that a little bit higher on the list. No? So
Right.
unfortunately, there were not a lot of people who took the time to answer the questionnaire, but we
Yeah.
are thankful
Yes.
To those who did. All right.
Yes. Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
Thank
go ahead.
you. Okay, so number eight, Mega Man X8.
Coming in
PlayStation
number
2.
8.
8 is 8. PlayStation 2, PC. Mega Man X8. Asu, would you like to go first?
Okay. This is my number 2.
You're number 2. Wow.
Top 2. This is my top 2 game of the X
Wow.
series.
Wow.
Yes. Bias. This is my bias. Bias ko to,
Why?
X8.
Good thing I asked you
So-
first.
I love the weapon varieties, the gameplay, the armor concept, the ano ba? So, medyo ano nga lang din talaga yung ano tawag dito. Medyo blocky pa nga lang din yung tawag graphics or not the graphics not that good or in terms of for modern games yan I mean. But overall experience, this is a good game. I like Zero. Gusto ko yun. I like Zero's weapons. Hindi tayo stick doon sa saber lang. Meron tayong varieties po. Pwede ka mag-switch into ano man tawag doon? Odachi, D-Glaive or and the Hammer. Tapos yung V-Fan. Tapos ano pa ba? So pwede kang gumamit. Yun ang kasi, kumbaga, stagnant na lang kay Zero eh. Kumbaga kay Zero, ang ano na lang ba, Black Zero na lang. Saber na lang. At dito gumanda si Zero. Dito minahal si Zero ng mga developer. Ginawan talaga mismo ng mga bagong sandata, di ba? So, favorite ko dito yung D-Glaive. Maganda. So, nag-iiba yung properties ng mga atake ng boss. Depende sa mga weapon na gamit mo. Yun din yung nagustuhan ko. Hindi, nag-iiba yung atake nila pag kay pag kay Zero. So, ano pa ba? So, dito na-introduce din yung mga navigators. So, merong additional 2. Hindi lang si Elia, pero si Palette tsaka si Layer. So, si Palette ay expertise niya dito sa game na to ay yung mga hidden routes or yung mga secrets items. Tinuturo niya kung saan mo makukuha yung mga items na yun or mga ganun. Si Layer naman ay expertise niya yung mga boss weaknesses. So, tinuturo ni Layer yung tawag dito, yung mga kung paano mo tatalunin yung kalaban. And guess what? Nagagamit mo yung mga navigators dito. Pwede mong gamitin. Yun ang maganda dito. Isa pang magandang laro features nitong Mega Man X8. Pwede mong ang style nga lang si Elia parang siyang si X, si Palette para siyang si Z Axel, si Layer para siyang si Zero. So, pwede kang gumamit ng Zero tapos Layer para dalawang Zero yung gamit mo. Ganun na mangyayari. Tapos, ang alam ko, si Layer, may lab team dito. May lab team na si Zero dito. May gusto si Layer pala kay Zero dito. Ayun. Ano pa ba?
Deadma.
Yun nga lang, Cool Kid Zero. So, ang ayaw ko lang din talaga dito, yung metal, yung currency. So, once na makuha mo yung parts or yung metal or yung item, need mo pa siyang bilhin para ma-acquire mo yung item. So, siguro ginawa nila yon para for the game, pang long gameplay talaga para mas laruin ng tao na mas matagal yung laro. parang igagrind talaga mismo. Yun siguro yung purpose ng metals or yung currency nga dito. Uy, ito yung kay Catman, ito pa pala, special feature. So, nandito, merong cameo si Catman dito. Yan, nakikita nyo nagagamit si Elia dito. So, ayan. Ano pa ba?
Uy,
So, ayan. So, kumbaga dito, kumbaga tayo, nauumay na tayo. Alam natin, Diyos ko, si Sigma lang naman ang kalaban dyan sa bandang huli. No, guess what? Iba. Iba ang kalaban pala talaga dito, si Lumine. So, ayan. Sorry kung sa mga gusto maglaro nito. Pasensya na, spoiler alert. Hindi si Sigma ang pinakalaban dito. Yun ang, kumbaga, twist dito sa X8. So, kumbaga, kung magsasawa na kayo kay Sigma, ito yung bago, yun yung feature ngayon ni X8. So, ano pa ba? Basta maganda to. This is my number 2 game. Tapos gusto ko rin yung meron kasi dito si Sigma. Pag kinalaban mo si Sigma dito, merong espada si Sigma dito. Parang gusto ko yung fact na meron kasi pwede ma-acquire ni Zero yung Sigma Blade na yun. So, pwede magamit ni Zero yung Sigma Blade. So, the most OP weapon of Zero yon yung Sigma Blade. So, any buyer can break in one strike, mga ganun. So, gusto ko yung fact na nagagamit ni Zero yung Sigma Blade kasi, kumbaga parang iniisip ko sa lore, kumbaga si Sigma, kumbaga kay si Zero, hindi siya naapektuhan ng Sigma virus, di ba? Or lumalakas si Zero kapag meron siyang Sigma virus. So, ibig sabihin, si Zero lang yung parang pwede makapag-wield nung Sigma Blade. Which is a good power up for Zero. Yun yung naisip ko. Kumbaga, nakakasawa na, Black Zero na lang ng Black Zero. So, yun din yung nagustuhan ko dito. Masyado talaga minahal si Zero sa larong to. Magaganda yung series or yung mga set ng atake din dito. Magaganda. Unique. Hindi katulad do sa X4, X5 parang nire-recycle lang yung mga atake ni Zero. Ganun. Ano pa ba? So, sige. Paubaya ako na sa iba yung mga gustong sabihin. Kung meron hindi pa ako nasasabi.
sinabi mo na lahat eh.
So, yun na lang. Kasi hindi, gustong-gusto ko talaga itong larong to. This is my number 2. Number 2 game. Kumbaga, kailan ko lang to nilaro. Parang high school pa lang ako. Kumbaga, I fell in love in this game. Wow. May mga bagong features. Mga ganun. So, sige, thank you. Yun na lang siguro muna. Paubaya ko sa iba yung iba.
So, Belle, did you want to say anything about X8? Have you played X8?
X8, yung 8-bit appearance ni Catman.
Oh, that's
Ito
right.
yung X series na may ganun, mix with the 8-bit. Tama. Ano pa ba?
Yes.
That is a fan service at its finest.
Easter egg. Yun yung Easter egg.
Ano tawag
yeah.
Easter egg?
Yeah, Easter egg.
Easter egg. That's all.
Yeah.
Ayun, tapos yung parang may hint kung sinong boss yung nasa loob.
Anana?
Ito rin yata yung parang may hint, yung may hint ka na kung sinong boss yung next na nasa loob sa rematch ng mga portal. Di sa di ba may rin to? May boss may niya rin? Tama?
Anana? Sorry, Bel.
May boss main niya to, di ba?
Meron din. So, ang nangyari naman doon, kasi yung mga copy chip, parang kinopya na lang yung mga boss. Kumbaga, hindi na resurrect yung mga boss. Kinopya na lang doon sa lore. Yan. Meron din, boss main niya, or boss rush, kung anong tawag doon. So, yan. Meron din. Lahat naman meron eh.
Okay. Yun lang ang additional ko. Kuha ako sa 8-bit eh.
Okay. So, Tress, anything you would like to say about Mega Man X8?
Oh, yun. Ayun, katulad ni kay Bel, natuwa din ako sa 8-bit appearance ni Catman. It's a very good,
Fan service.
Oo. Yeah. And then, I think, medyo naging fast-paced na siya. Bumagay na siya sa Yun. And yung takbo niya nag-iba na. hindi na yung
Parang
yung sinabi nga ni Sergio, Yung nasabi ni
Ah,
Sergio, mukha siyang mabilis tumakbo pero hindi. Pero ngayon, parang ano na siya eh. Okay na siya.
Ano na,
Oo.
normal na tingnan.
Normal na siya, normal. Ayun. Natuwa ako kasi medyo they put the game na in fast pacing na I think
Mm.
medyo bumilis na yung game. Yun. Hindi na siya yung parang stiff like X7. Yan.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Ayan. Additional pa pala, yun, yung armor ni X dito, pwede mong paghalu-haluin. Yun ang gusto ko din feature dito. So, meron dalawang set ulit ng armor dito. You can customize it. Pwede mong paghaluin yung leg parts ng A or yung meron kasing dalawang armor, yung Icarus tsaka yung Hermes. So, pwede mong paghaluin yung halimbawa, foot parts ni Icarus, buster parts ni Hermes, mga ganon. Head parts ni Icarus or ganun. Pwede mong ganun. Yun ang gawin mo. Yun nga lang, hindi mo ma-acquire yung giga attack nila kapag hindi siya buo. So, pero at
Nakaset.
least,
Pag hindi nakaset.
pag hindi nakaset, yun yung
Hmm.
ano. Pero at madayang feature pa rin yun na napaghahalo mo. Ang ganda pa rin nun.
Mhm.
So, si Ultimate Armor dito, napakadaya. One Nova Strike to win them all. Dito pinakamalakas ng Nova Strike, pinakamalakas na Ultimate Armor.
OP,
Isang Nova
one
Strike
hit.
mo lang patay ang
OP
kalaban.
one hit.
Right.
Ayan, ano pa ba? So
Mhm.
sige, sa inyo ulit. Wala, gusto
Ah,
ko kasi talaga ng larong to eh, kaya napapasalita ako ng napapasalita eh.
Napansin ko rin,
That's
medyo,
fine.
ano no, parang mahaba yung character or yung graphics ni Mega Man dito or ng mga characters. Or, sa akin lang.
Ala
Mukha sila matangkad na mahaba.
Hindi na sila yung parang chibing ano, yung parang kiddie, mga ganun, di ba?
Oo.
Talagang
Mahaba
adult na yung
feeling.
style. Mature na sila dito. Ayan.
All right.
Right.
So, Keith, anything you want to say about Mega Man X8?
I definitely think that I like this one a lot because it definitely transitioned back from X7 to X8's graphics. Capcom definitely redeemed themselves with this one.
Mhm.
I love X's new armor design. It looks really amazing. It stands out a lot more from the other games since those were a lot more bulkier. Like the Easter egg for Cutman being in here, that was actually really fun. And if you get killed by Cutman, then we need to talk. But overall, I thought it was very fun, very challenging. Love the animations, the graphics on the game. It was a little difficult, but I managed to get through it. Definitely think Capcom stepped their game up on this one. Just hoping that they kind of go into the story of what happens with Axel in the future.
Yeah. Gotcha. Well, I can't really say much about X8. I've never actually played it. My only feedback, I thought it was kind of weird. Like they changed the aesthetic of X Zero and Axel. Like they go for a slim look. You know, I'm used to seeing like the classic look as far as how they've always looked for the entire series. I get Capcom always wants to innovate, refresh, but if something's not broke, you don't have to fix it. But
Right.
yeah, that's all I could really say. I never had the opportunity to play it. I mean, it does look interesting, and it does look like they improved on what X7 had missed out initially on. So, Sir Joe, anything?
I'm just reading some of the information tidbits coming from Mr. Pascal Cote right there in the chat. So thank you, sir, for some of your insights there. We're learning more about the X series, looking at the game footage here, this is what is this? X8, no? To me, this is X7 should have been.
Yes.
No? If they keep the storyline, keep the dialogue in a like a 3D rendered style cutscenes, but the actual gameplay keep it as like traditional. no, like a good mixture of 2D and 3D, but not the way they did it with X7. If this was released as X7 first and then X7 as X8, I would have accepted that kind of transition, you know.
Hmm.
Um,
Ah,
Looking at the game design, Zero and X looks more mature. When I say mature, they look more like young adults here in comparison
yes.
with the X1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And they look tall and slim. Um, when I look at their design, um, what else can I say about this game? So some of you guys mentioned something about Zero being coupled with another navigator.
You can
Who's that
You
you
one?
can
can
play
combine the
as the
parts armors.
navigator,
Layer.
Layer.
Yeah.
layer, and palette.
So they say Layer has a crush on Zero, but Zero is pretty
Yeah.
much giving her the cold shoulder. You know why, guys? Because no one, um, like any hopeless romantic out there, we cannot really forget our first love, and that's Iris. But we'll talk more
Iris.
about Iris later.
Yeah,
You know,
Yeah.
um, maybe around this stage, with what happened with Iris, Zero's pretty much shut himself out,
Right.
uh, even more than what he is normally. He's a little bit Zero during the first X games. He's a little bit more antic. His antics, his attitude, yeah, it's there.
Yeah.
He has a little bit more attitude than X, but after what happened with X4, he became even more uh, cold, so to speak.
Uh-huh.
And
In-
we're gonna talk about it later in this episode. No, so
right. Yeah. Also,
that's
fun
it for me.
fact. Yeah, fun fact about Iris. Um, Capcom felt initially bad of spoiler alert what happened to Iris in the X4. So they felt bad because I'm pretty sure they had like a lot of fan backlash or they felt bad themselves. They actually put Iris in Mega Man Extreme 1 and 2, I think,
Mm.
to make up. I guess like the timeline is before she went offline. So
Right.
Yeah.
but, like,
Let's just say, guys, if you're into Final Fantasy, Iris is basically Aerith.
Iris.
Aerith, okay, and Layer is your is on for the rebound Tifa. Not even close to Tifa, but
oh my
seems like
god.
that to me anyway. I digress.
All right, sounds
Um,
good. Yeah.
wait, may additional pa ulit ako.
Go
Kasi
ahead.
mahilig akong mag-analyze sa mga boss fight madalas. Napansin ko sa X8, meron siyang combo hits,
Meron,
diba?
meron.
May nag-a-appear. So, kasi the usual X series when it comes to boss fight, if you shot one buster shot, the second buster shot would be the boss has invisibility frames, right?
Parang scaling. May scaling.
Yeah. So, napansin ko dito sa X8, meron once na open yung boss ma-hit ng buster shot,
Mhm.
pwede mo siyang sunod-sunod tirahin. Pwede siya makareceive ng multiple hits bago ulit mag-close yung hitbox niya or yung invisibility frames niya. Yun ang napansin ko dun. Na compare sa ibang X series na the usual one buster shot
One
after
buster, magkakaroon ng NB frames
next
na agad.
invisibility frames agad. Yes.
Ah,
Yun ang napansin ko.
dito parang may capping.
Meron, parang
Capping.
mga 5 hits or 4 hits nakikita ko. Pwede yung sunod-sunod rin eh. Hindi yung katulad dati na one shot, dodge, one shot, dodge, one shot. Di ba? Yun yung usual movement natin kapag naglalaro or nagbo-boss fight sa game.
Mhm.
So, ayun, yun yung napansin ko. Dito sa X8, merong pwede kang magpumasok ng maraming hit bago
Mm.
mag-close ulit yung frame.
Mga 1 each na HP bar bago magkaroon
One
ng UV
bar,
frames.
one buster shot. Yung value niya.
Mhm.
So, ayun.
Mhm.
Yun lang.
All right.
Pansin ko.
All
All
right.
right. So I guess we're ready to move on. All right. So coming in at number 7 of the top 11 Mega Man X games, we have Mega Man X Command Mission
For number 7,
number 7.
command
Number 7.
mission.
A Mega Man X Command Mission for the Nintendo GameCube and the PlayStation 2 came out in 2004. Um, who would like to go first? Anyone?
Not me, not me.
Didn't,
Okay.
didn't play it.
Not me.
Didn't play it. I don't
Sure.
have any
I'll pass.
experience
I'll
about.
go.
Okay.
I'll go.
Okay, Keith.
Really good. I personally liked it. It was definitely a change in a Mega Man X game. RPG elements. I felt that
Yeah,
Ooh.
I felt that it went well with it. You know, it was very creative for Capcom to do that, and I felt like, you know, with them doing this, they were trying to make up for, you know, games in the past, like when X7 didn't do well. Um, you can actually do like a combo system on here. You can do different upgrades. This introduced new characters in the series. Uh, Overall, I had fun with it. It was definitely like a, you know, I felt like it was like a what if story. I don't know where it fell in the timeline, but I like X's new armor. That's amazing. Like, you guys take a look at that. His new armor is just amazing. He's got like that little really that cool red scarf on him. It's just like,
yeah.
Mhm.
it
Golden black.
definitely stands out.
Nice combination.
I highly recommend this if you guys are looking for something that's a little different with RPG elements. Definitely check this out.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah.
Turn
Joe,
based, right?
would you consider playing this game?
I would only consider playing this game because of the RPG elements of it. No,
That's what I thought.
looking at the gameplay now, no. Um, I read some of the reviews about this game because some people were uh, most of the complaints that I heard so far because they said that this game is pretty much very linear. And I'm like, well, it's a Mega Man X game. Of course, it's gonna be linear. What do you expect? This is not
Uh,
Mega Man X.
Yeah.
This is not Mega Man Legends where you go side questing here and there. You know, you're
It's
not
only
supposed to
open world.
do outside tasks aside from what's the usual.
Mhm.
But that being said, as far as the innovation goes, playing it as an RPG style is an innovation in itself. So what kind of innovation are these people talking about now as far as uh, for it being as linear? No, because uh, the Mega Man X, even the classic Mega Man, no, they're pretty much linear. After one boss, after one boss stage, go to the next. That's it. Up until you go to the final stage. That's always been the shtick.
Hmm.
So what kind of side are they expecting side questing? Uh, are they expecting a little bit more more grinding in some of the stages? Are they expecting more item creation? I'm not sure what's their main gripe about this game. No, if I'm just gonna judge it by the gameplay alone, it looks badass, especially with the armor designs, no. And you can fight with all three of them, no. You got Zero, you got Axel, you got X. Each one of them has their own fighting style, no. For all of those people who are already well accustomed with the Mega Man, with the Mega Man X characters. You got your melee, you got your long range, and you got your mid range. Um, if I'm gonna, I might buy this game if I find a good bargain of it. No, only because I'm an RPG player and
Mhm.
I have my own I have my own love hate relationship with the Mega Man series.
Mhm.
But as an RPG alone, I might get this game.
Okay. Yeah.
That's all for me.
Sounds good. All right. Shall we move on? Shall we move on? We're getting to, the middle of the list. So, coming in at number six. Number six, 666. Mega Man X6. The PlayStation 1.
Coming in
PC.
at number 6,
Yeah.
Mega Man X6.
Bell, I saw you playing it last night on Discord. I want you to go first if you like.
Oh yeah, I was there, frustrating as hell.
Bell, we can't hear you. No mic.
Nakamute bell.
Yeah, hello. So no, I'm not actually playing it. I just tried to
Yeah.
fight the boss. As you can see, right? You remember, I only fight the boss. I use I downloaded the save file
Oh,
just
okay,
to
okay.
try the boss, but I haven't played from the start yet. I only tried the challenge,
Oh, okay,
the
gotcha.
difficulties. Yeah,
That's it. Okay,
yeah, that's
okay. Tress X6. I
Oh,
know you play it too.
oh,
Diba?
yun. You have to save zero to be a playable character. There's a
Oh,
save zero ba? Or something ganun. Yun. Um, ano ba? Ayun, si Mega Man, he has the Z Saber in the
mhm,
beginning and to the end of. Yeah, that's a very cool.
Oh yeah.
right.
That's a very cool additional to the in excess weapon. Then I like the when you explore the game
Yeah.
because you can get um equipments from the reploids you saved. And then there's a scene here if ano din yun? Paano ba yun? Pagka ano to yung nagiging kulay itim yung frame, naging kailan ba yun? So,
Ano yan?
yung nagiging may dark light black screen, parang spotlight.
Nag-glitch.
Oo, hindi siya glitch eh.
level yan, level, di ba?
Oo, sa level, yung nagkakaroon siya ng black screen,
Yung
hindi
sa
mo
center lang
makikita.
may ilaw. Sa center lang may
Oo,
ilaw.
yun.
Tapos, the whole stage is
Yun yung napakahirap para sa akin. Kasi hindi mo makikita yung ano mo eh, sunod
Yung
mong
sa
lalakaran.
saan
yung sa
ano eh, stage yun?
Nightmare weather,
the
parang
night.
gano'n.
Yeah.
Nightmare
Oo.
effect.
Yeah.
Pinapanood ko kasi yung ano eh, yung yun nakita ko rin.
Yun, and yung pinaka ano sa akin,
Tingin
ang
ko nga
angas
mahirap.
talaga.
Yan, mahirap. Tingin ko nga mahirap yung stage niya.
Pinaka gusto ko talaga na armor, yung shadow armor, sobrang forma. Grabe. Ang ganda niya. Yun nga lang, hindi siya makagamit ng ng weapons na you acquired in other bosses, di ba? Then, mas makunat siya. Tapos, yun, yung memorable sa akin, si Asupa nagtuturo sa akin nun. Yung stage ni Zero, yung hindi ka makakalampas pagka if you don't have the equipment. Yung tatalon ka, tapos sabay magigigata ka. Alam mo, yun sa baba. Kasi si Shadow Armor doesn't have the air dash eh. Yun, wala siyang air dash. So ano siya, kailangan mong tumalon talaga na may hyper dash and yung high jump ba? Tama? Para makalagpas ka sa sa kabila. Tapos with the i-extend mo pa ng Giga Attack para mas yung yung reach ni X mapunta ka dun talaga sa kabila. Yun yung pinaka-memorable para sa akin dyan. Tapos yun, yung grind ka ng orbs sa mga Maverick. Then, para dumagdag yung ano mo, yung slots mo for equipping yung mga nakukuha mo nga na gamit. Yun. So, yes. Yun na.
All right.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Asu, any
Yo.
thoughts about X6?
Kahit pinarusahan ako nito kagabi, this is my number one in
Number one.
this is my number one in the All X series.
Wow. Bold.
Yes, this is my most favorite in the All X series. Ano pa ba? So, ayun. So, kasi, ano pa ba? Dito sa X6, ano ba? Maganda ang soundtrack, BGM, or mga soundtracks ng stage. Maganda. Tapos, mga weapon designs, at saka yung weapon mechanics, magaganda, malalakas. Kay X pa lang yung mga charge ni X, yung metal anchor, the best yun.
Oo, ang galing.
The best yun. Yamar option, okay din naman. Halos lahat ng mga charge ni X dito sa X6, ang lalakas tignan. Lahat. Ray Arrow. Ayun, Ray Arrow, yun, the most universal universal weakness ng boss yun. Kahit saan pwede nyo gamitin. Tapos si Zero dito yung most OP Zero sa lahat ng, para sa akin, pinaka-OP na Zero ay ang X6. Kasi gawa nga nung glitch doon sa guard shell na which kaya mong patayin ng boss ng mga 2 strike lang o 3. Na yun. So yun yung daya ng guard shell.
Guard shell pala
Ano pa ba?
gamit doon. Nakita ko yun eh. Doon sa may
Daya,
boss na yung boss na malaki, na may shell sa likod, nakatalikod.
Alin?
Anong pangalan ng boss na yun? May
Alin?
nakita kasi ko doon parang
Si Rainy Turtloid.
2 seconds niya
Yun.
binare.
Gamitan mo lang siya ng guard shell pagka natanggal yung 2 orb or yung 2 crystal. Mga 4 na strike patay.
Patay
Ayan.
ka agad. Nakita ko.
Okay.
Galing.
So, ano pa ba? Tawag dito yung mga weapons ni Zero. Yung mga weapons dito ni Zero, napaka-unique, napaka-magaganda. Ito rin kasi yun nga sabi ko parang paulit-ulit yung X4, X5. Medyo nababland ako sa atake ni Zero doon. Hindi ako naastigan. Mas naastigan ako sa mga atake ni Zero dito. Kaya sa UMBC para sa akin, kaya nga ganun kaastig yung mga atake ni Zero. Kaya sa UMBC, nung nalagay si Zero sa UMBC, halos sa X6 yung mga moveset ni Zero. And Suizan, ano pa ba? Rekoha. Yun, isa pa. Yung Rekoha ang may pinaka-the best na Gaiga attack ni Zero dito. Yung R2 ni Zero dito. Ito ang pinaka-the best para sa akin. X6. Ano pa ba? So, yun. Medyo may tungkol din doon may nabasa ako dito. May bad stage design. So, yun nga. So, ito yun yung isang reason lagi kumbaga kung bakit maraming hater din tong X6 eh. So, which is totoo naman. So, gaya nung stage dito sabi ko nga, napag-usapan na namin kanina dito. Pag dito kay Metal Shark player, pag hindi mo alam na parang meron kasi yung kukunin mo yung armor doon na napakalayo ng kailangan mong talunin. Kaso, pag hindi mo pa acquired yung certain item or certain weapon para ma-reach yung kabilang platform, hindi mo makukuha yung armor. Yun nga lang, marirealize mo, hindi ko pala kaya. So, ang gagawin lang, mapapatay ka. Kaso, pag namatay ka, doon ka lang din mag-i-spawn, which is hindi normal. Kumbaga dapat, pag nagpapatay ka, babalik ko doon sa gantong checkpoint. So, kaso, ang pangit doon sa checkpoint, doon ka rin sa checkpoint na doon ka rin mamamatay. Doon yung checkpoint. So, yun yung bad stage design din. Saan ba? May pangit na stage design din kay Shield Shell doon eh. Ang alam ko, pag yung bandang sa ilalim ka dumaan, bad stage design din yan. Parang, ayun. Pero hindi, sa totoo lang mo, ang ganda. Kumbaga sabi nga ni Sergio kanina, parang nirecycle lang yung sa X4. Nung kay, parang ano yun, yung paikot-ikot.
Split
Kanino
mushroom.
yun?
Split
Split
mushroom.
Sa
mushroom.
Easy Glow, yung split mushroom. Dito wala, may uniqueness talaga yung mga ano dito eh. Ito yung kay Yamar, ganda ng tunog dito. Ah, ano eh, kumbaga, kung irarason natin na na mahirap yung laro, isa lang yun, git good
Ano nga
lang
yun?
tayo. Git
Hindi
good
kasi
lang.
di nila
Hindi mo
matapos
pwede
kasi kaya
sabihin,
hate nila.
napakapangit ng laro niya kasi napakahirap. Hindi mo pwede sabihin gano'n.
Hindi
Oo.
pwede yun. Hindi pwede
Hindi
yun.
pwede yun.
Kaya nga ayaw
Git
nila eh kasi
good.
mahirap. Di nila matapos.
Hindi rason
So,
yung ano.
Central Museum, yun nga lang. Yan yung isa pang Central Museum. Hindi sa akin naman, hindi bad stage design yun sa Central Museum. So, kasi doon sa Central Museum, mayroong random kasi yun.
Yes.
Random siya. Hindi siya, so parang pag may kulang ka ng kailangang i-rescue na Red Lord o meron kang gustong puntahan. Kaso hindi mo siya mapuntahan kasi random nga siya. Pero sa akin, hindi naman badge stage design yung pagiging random. Ang pagiging badge stage design, yun gaya nga yung kay Metal Shark Player, yung kay Shield Sheldon, na stack up ka lang doon. Ayun, ano pa ba?
Mhm.
Ano pa? Si Hymax. Yung tungkol kay Hymax.
Sige.
Ah, so meron kasi nagsasabi na na kailangan na pag na-stack ka kay Hymax na wala kang weapon, walang certain weapon, hindi mo papatay si Hymax, stuck ka na doon. So sa akin naman, ang pananaw ko naman doon, so need mo ng certain weapon para dapat paghandaan mo si Hymax bago ka pumunta. Di ba?
Yeah.
So dapat alam mo yung, or maganda yung nagkamali ka talaga doon sa nagkamali ka kay mali pa pala, hindi ko pa pala kailangan, hindi ko pa pala pwedeng tapatan si Hymax kasi kulang pa yung aking kapangyarihan. Parang ganoon lang 'yun. Yan, di ba? So dapat babalikan kita, magpapalakas ako, ganun lang 'yun. So ano pa ba? Ito yung favorite BGM ko, yung stage kay Blaze Hitmix eh. Favorite ko yung BGM dito. Basta yun.
Yes. That's right.
Overall, basta ito yung number 1 ko. Talaga. Totoo lang.
Right.
So, ayan. Sige. Wala na akong maisip eh.
No, I can tell the passion behind how you feel about X6. So thank you for that. Keith, do you want to put your input about Mega Man X6?
I have mixed feelings about it. I mean,
Yeah.
I do like the character designs and where they were going with it. Level layout wise, I just felt it just something just felt off about the level layouts, and
Mhm.
it just didn't feel right. But it was enjoyable. I did like it because it definitely gave a challenge in the X series. I believe in as they ramp up, making more games, that no X game should be easy.
Yeah.
It definitely
Yeah.
it really makes you think. It really makes you hone in on your skills with the Mega Man X games. And I felt like this really stood out to me the most, as it gave me a challenge in the X series, because there was a lot of going back and trying, learning different methods for the stuff, the game. I also thought that armors were really cool. They introduced the shadow armor.
Yep.
Felt it was limited, but they could have done a lot more with it. Like the fact that you can use Zero's saber in this one. It definitely turned the series around with a darker route. Yeah, that's all I have to say about it.
Gotcha, Keith. Thank you. Joe, any thoughts of what we all? Well, for me, sorry, I didn't mean to. I forgot to put my input, but
Yeah, go.
yeah. So for me, I played a little bit of X6. I do remember how difficult this game was. I think I do remember rage quitting. So this became a
You won't forget your rage quitting.
yeah. This definitely became like a coaster or something. I never finished it. I do remember some of the bosses. This one, for instance, I thought it was pretty cool. Rainy Turtleoid. I do remember I might have gone through all the bosses, but I never beat it because I think I do remember the level of difficulty in this game. I thought the shadow armor was, the most redeeming quality. My only nitpick about X6, when you get zero, I cannot stand how he does his upward slash rather than his usual hoo ha hoo. I get it. I mean, X has his saber, but I just thought that
It's
was
like
pretty weird.
Star Wars saber,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Lightsaber.
Looks like a lightsaber.
lightsaber.
Yeah.
Oh
So,
yeah, the lightsaber thing. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So that's really just my input. I mean, if I feel like raging and being frustrated, I'll play this game. But it's low on my list. But yeah. So go ahead, Sergio.
Um, watching Sir Asu play this game last night, I mentioned in the chat, it's bringing back PTSD memories for me. But PTSD in a sense that my brother played X6, no, but I felt the frustration in regards with the gameplay. It can be very difficult, yes, especially with some of the sometimes the sub bosses are even more difficult than the actual bosses themselves. I feel sometimes,
Hmm.
um going from X1 to X6. At first I didn't thought of it this way, but uh this is still KG Inafune, right?
Yeah,
Yes. Yes.
yes.
All
Hmm.
right. And I thought if um and I thought Keiji Inafune's inspiration with the classic Mega Man games, uh, for the lack of inspiration, Keiji Inafune pretty much went to the zoo and and
Pero
pretty
ano
much
kasi,
listed
para
all of
kang
the animals that
sorry.
he could that he could see, and then imagine the robot masters as various animals, so he went to the zoo and okay, get this, and that. Okay, so I'm gonna use the animals that I saw, and then I'm gonna make them as robot masters. All right, and then I can still see the Capcom laziness of reinventing some of the robot masters, just mismatching. There's supposed to be a fire-based character, an ice-based character, a
Hmm.
water-based character. There should be a bird. There should be an insect. There should be a fish, or what have you. There should be a big. There should be a larger robot master. There should be a small robot master.
Hmm.
Um, so as you guys mentioned, this is the first time in all of the X series. Correct me if I'm wrong. That is X using zero sword. Am I right?
Saber.
Yes, yes, yes,
The
Saber.
yes.
saber is the only game that
X3.
X3 used it as
Oh
well.
yeah, that's right. Hmm.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
And X3.
X3, X3, oh yes.
Um, correct me if I'm wrong again, no, guys. The animation for Zero's slashes, no, is it the same from X3?
No.
Has it always been?
No.
No.
So Zero uses the his Buster, his arm
No, no.
cannon, and
I mean, as far as the animation for his sword,
no,
It's different.
it's
they use
different.
they use the same animation, or it's different from X3.
It's different.
It's
From
different.
X3, because as far as I can tell, going by with the footages that we have shown, for the sword animation X4, X5, X6, more or less pretty much the same, no. When regardless of Zero or X is using the Zero saber. That being said, I would have liked it more if the animation is different for X.
Mm.
Looking at this, Capcom pretty much used the same animation from
Yes,
Zero's the way Zero uses the saber.
Hmm.
saber.
Am I
Yep.
right?
Especially when
Yep.
jumping.
Yep.
Right.
Jump slash.
So they used the same animation from Zero, then you just gave it the same palette to X. Would have been nice if X pretty much used his own take with the
Own
saber,
style.
Right.
right?
Hmm.
Right.
Maybe it's just that it's just me. It would have been a good innovation in their part, no? Uh, Parang sa akin kasi is Zero X pretty much took up the Zero Saber and in an instant he knows how to use it well,
Right.
as well as Zero.
Right.
Parang it would have been a little bit more realistic if he used the Z Saber his own way, his
Right.
own style.
Could you
Maybe I'm just
imagine?
nitpicking here, no?
Could you imagine X just using like the Z saber, like fencing, like
Like a fencing,
get
right?
away, poke the
No,
Maverick.
no. I mean,
Yeah.
would have been a nice change of
I
pace,
agree.
you know.
Yeah.
Zero is we've been accustomed with Zero how we use Zero,
Right.
and X should have been given his own animation style using the sword.
Hmm.
Otherwise, so I'm asking the panel here, you know, X6 is the last PlayStation One game as far as the X series goes, you know. What's the notable innovations here in comparison with the previous games, aside from the armor, of course?
Yeah. X6.
You still got the air dash.
Yeah.
You can still duck.
Hmm.
I mean, what else is there notably?
Innovative. It's a good question.
Sa akin nga yung weapon variety si Zero. Hindi ni-recycle dito. Parang, di ba, kung galing kang
Wow.
expert na Zero,
Yeah.
i-compare mo yung mga atake ng X5, parang nilabo-labo lang yung element eh. Dito sa X6, iba na yung mga mekano, iba na yung inputs, iba na yung animation. Wala na nung ano ba yun? Ano ba yung mga taking halos pareho? Yung mga pa-uppercut na ano, espada, tapos yung mga dash attacks, mga ganun. Ano pa ba? Yung mga ayun, kay Zero.
Just
Ano
Zero.
kasi yung tungkol doon sa
Ayun.
Saber? Sa tayo, mas pabor naman ako sa Saber dito kasi mas mahaba yung reach nung Saber niya. Pati para sa akin, mas annoying yung huha-hu kaysa may huha.
Woohoo!
Mas annoying pakinggan sa akin.
So, is ito question, no? Is X saying hoo-ha who as
Nope.
well?
He's only striking yung single.
Hihihi.
Okay. I thought he was saying hoo-ha who din eh.
No.
No.
Ayan na, additional
That would have
pala.
been really, really lazy for Capcom's part.
Right.
Additional pala. You can also do the dash while you're in the ceiling pala, no?
Nalin.
Yung dito sa X6.
Ayun
my
na, impyerno
God.
ko.
I still remember
Yan.
the stage.
Impyerno.
Oh my God.
Yun, ano siya, naka-blade armor, no?
Oh yeah. Blade armor. Forgot about that one.
Oh yeah, that was a good armor.
Yeah. That's innovative.
I mean,
How
shout
about
out to
yung
the player whose video game footage that you're using here. No damage at all.
Yung legendary SDC.
Yes.
Meron pa ba dito?
Hmm?
Legendary SDC moves. Andito pa ba? Na-apply
Ay,
na?
yung dash cancel.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, this is upper dash.
Na-apply ba?
I think there's
Alin?
dash cancel here.
SDC.
Yung FADC. Meron may FADC dito.
No.
Mas magandang FADC dito. Yun nga lang, meron kasi tayong guard shell. Mas malakas
Oo.
gamitin yung guard shell, pero mas maganda gamitin yung FADC dito kumpara dun sa dati. Mas maganda yung attack animation.
Kumbaga sa export.
Kumpara sa Expert X5. Mas maganda.
Alright.
Mas malayo pa yung reach.
Okay.
All
When
right.
X is equipped with the shadow what? With
Armor.
the shadow armor, he can dash while hanging on the ceiling. Oh,
Yeah.
right. Thank
Ninja.
you, Sir
You can do it.
Bukod ba sa iba pang
Pwede mo rin gawin kay Zero eh.
Ito ba pinakamaraming armor?
Sina? Hindi.
Itong series na to.
Pares lang.
Pares lang. Dalawa-dalawa. Dalawa-dalawa.
It's a good player. Okay. So,
Dalawa-dalawa.
Ah,
all right.
tatlo. Yung simula sa tatlo.
Di ba,
Initial.
kasi yung kagabi, tinry nga namin, nagtatanong ako Latras nung tinry namin. May mga parts, di ba? Ano yung attachment, pampalakas ng damage.
Aling parts?
Yun yung
mga-
makukuha mo sa mga Reploids.
Yung mga parts na
Yun.
kinakabit.
Mga iba pa yun. Parts ng
Nag-i-increase
parang
ba ng stats
upgrade parts.
Ano,
Hindi.
upgrade, lalakas
Bawa.
yung ano.
Jumper. Pag in-equip mo yung jumper, tataas yung talon. Hyper dash. Pag in-equip mo yung hyper dash, mas malayong dash, mas mabilis sa dash.
So, sobra yun. Sobra, I mean, mas marami yung attachment kesa doon sa slot.
Hanggang 5 slots lang.
Ilang attachment yung available?
Ano lang, 5 hanggang 5 lang.
So
Depende pa
kompleto
sa
lang.
rank. Depende sa rank.
Hindi nila
dapat.
hindi nila nilagyan ng sobra para ma-out slot ka dun sa sa mga ini-equip. Hindi nila sinobrahan ng slot. Kumbaga sinakto lang nila, so 5 parts na na-acquire, 5 rin ang
Hindi, marami yung parts. Marami yung parts. Merong mga
O,
defensive
mamimili
parts.
ka sa parts.
So sobra
meron
nga
kasi-
sobra nga yung parts kumpara sa slots.
Oh, mas marami.
So,
ma-out-
magdidepende
ma-out
sa
ka
gameplay
talaga.
mo.
Ma-out ka ng parts sa slot.
Ano?
Ma-out ka ng slot sa parts.
Ayun,
Like, hindi mo magagamit, mano choice
hindi mo
ka.
talaga magagamit yung iba. Depende sa gameplay mo yung mangyayari. So, halimbawa, nahihirapan ka doon sa mga kalaban, sa maraming mobs. Pwede kang mag-defensive style. Parang double barrier, shock absorber, mga ganun. So, ano po, yun. Pag ganun.
Pero hindi siya available sa umpisa. Inahanap pa.
Hindi. Makukuha mo siya dun
ma-acquire
yan.
mo siya.
Kukunin mo siya sa mga
Ma-acquire
Reploid.
per boss?
Hindi, doon sa mga
Sa
nire-rescue.
Reploid.
Merong mga
Sa mga
nire-rescue
nire-rescue.
Reploids dyan eh.
All right.
Ayan.
So to all of you guys there at the chat who are keep on putting your inputs there in the chat, we very much appreciated for
Yes.
giving out your own take on each of the games that we've been showing up here. So moving on.
Ay, move on.
All right, moving on. Thank you guys so much. So, number five, we got Mega Man X3. Mega Man X3. Let us begin talking about Mega Man X Tres.
Oh, yes.
I would like to hear your thoughts on Mega Man X
yun.
Tres.
Mega Man
Actually, Mega Man Tres. Actually, this is the X series na I've played sa PS version na. Hindi na yun sa SNES. Kasi ang ganda, naalala ko siya nagilaro ako sa kababata ko. Meron siyang yun nga yung original copy of Rockman X3. Yung kulay black pa yung CD nun eh. Tapos yung version kasi sa PlayStation is they have animation yung sa boss selection. If you select the boss, meron siyang maganda yung siya. Yung may animation siyang nangyayari. Ang ganda. Tapos yun nga. Upgrades. You have the Port armor ba to? Parang hindi ata, no?
Kalimutan yung
Parang
tao
yun.
sa armor dyan.
Ayun. Yan, after mo makuha siya si armor, yun, meron siyang mas magandang upgrade which is the gold armor. So, 2 times yung magiging malakas yung yung
Armor mo mismo.
yung form niya, yung armor niya mismo. Tapos yun nga, as Kuya Keith nga said that you can, it's the first time you can use the Z-Saber, right?
Yes.
Yes, yan.
Yep.
Then, may trick bago mo makuha May pagdadaanan ka pang maraming Noong last time na in-stream ko, di ko nakuha May ibang klase pa lang gagawin dun. Parang ganun. Tapos yun, ang ayoko dito yung I don't like this, yung buster shot, the upgraded buster shot.
Mm.
It's very slow. It's not very good to equip. But you need that to obtain the gold armor eh. Yun.
Right.
Tapos, ayan, this is the first time you can use zero then in a
Yeah.
limited ano lang
Space. Yeah.
time. Oh yeah. And then if you had the game pag na game over ka kay Zero, you will not be using him anymore na in the rest of the game.
Right.
Yan, ganun siya.
Mm-hmm.
Yun. You can equip din ride armors. Yan. Yung mga
Different.
ilang letters yun? You have 4 letters of the ride armors, right? The frog, the ano pa bang letters yun?
I forget.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There's 4. Frog.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
tas yan. Yun, ang gusto ko talaga yung version of the PS1. Gusto ko yung animation niya. Tsaka mas maganda yung background music niya. Parang pinaganda siya sa PS1 version.
Ano na, hindi na stereo na. Hindi na.
Oo, yun. Okay na. Okay na siya. Tapos yun, sa dash upwards. Yun. Maybe then.
So I looked
Yun na
up the armors. So it's frog, hawk, kangaroo,
Oh yeah.
and chimera, which is
The frog that lang,
Mhm.
it hops lang.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Yan, then that's it.
Gotcha.
That's it.
Thank you, Tress. Thank you. Belle, would you like to give your input about Mega Man X3?
Mike, okay.
Yes.
Maybe just additional trivia na lang kasi ang dami na rin nga ni Tres.
Mhm.
Like, first control ni Zero but limited. Ito lang yung X3 or X series that they haven't featured fire elemental boss. Meron?
Oh.
Wala. Kasi nyo?
Yeah.
Oh,
Wala,
no.
di ba? Wala.
No
So,
fire.
yun. Walang, dito lang sa series na to, walang
Yun o, may
fire.
apoy o.
Sigma. Si Sigma lang meron dito. Pero yan nga. Mga Mavericks, wala. Walang fire elemental Mavericks. Then, eto, hindi ko alam kung napansin nyo to. wala si Met, yung enemy na may helmet na yellow. Dito lang sa series rin na to, sa X3. Pansin nyo?
Ananana.
Hindi rin.
Ananana.
Dito lang
Walang-
sa series na to, hindi na feature si Met. Si Met, yung may helmet na kalaban. Yellow guy.
Mm.
Yun. Met kasi pangalan niya eh.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Met.
Si
Mhm.
Matt nga.
Met yung pangalan niya. So, yun. Ito lang yung game na hindi na feature si Met. And ito rin yung
Right.
game na walang Fire Elemental Maverick.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that's interesting. Thank you, Belle. Asu, any thoughts on Mega Man X3?
I did play this game, but this game didn't leave a spark on my heart. Don't know why. It's like just a copy of X2 and X1 for me.
Okay.
But it's a good game. It's a good game. But what I don't like in this game is the ride armor meta. I don't like that. It's too parang
Confusing?
It's too irrelevant for me
Ah,
to use the ride armor meta.
Mhm.
Although you can you need to ride some specific ride armor to advance on some areas, but I don't like that meta.
okay.
I don't like that. Like that.
Got it.
So I think that's for me.
Hmm. Okay. Thank you, Asu. Keith, your thoughts on Mega Man X3?
The last of the series from the trilogy. Definitely was different It stood out to me as a good game. I like the fact that they introduced Zero in the series. Just wish that they would have maybe gave him a little bit more of gameplay style, as
Right.
in the Z Saber was kind of watered down and not used properly.
Hmm.
I like the fact that they brought back Vile because
Hmm.
he's another mentionable villain that came back, and I just thought that fight between him and X was cool. Gameplay wise, it was smooth. Level layouts were pretty decent. It had a really good storyline to it, how Sigma came back and how Doppler played a role in the series. Yeah, I don't really have nothing bad to say about it.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. For my input, I don't really play that much X3. I've played it. I don't think I've ever beaten it. I do like that, there's a PlayStation port of this game, added more features like, the cut scenes and the boss intros, and the music is a bit updated as well to keep up with the PlayStation 1, hardware. Um, you know, um, it's very different. Like Asu said, it didn't really leave a spark in my heart. I do enjoy playing it. I feel like I should tackle it myself. And as everyone else said, and like Keith and you know Tress, Asu. So Zero, I wish they've done more. Um, yeah, like everyone said, he's using a limited capacity, and I
Yeah.
believe there's one specific boss in the game that you can fight as Zero, which I thought that was unique. I thought it was kind of cool in its own way. Um, but yeah, I would definitely give Mega Man X3 a try myself and see if I can beat the game as well. So, Joe, have you tried out X3? Played it? Seen it?
Heard of it.
Heard of it?
Um, for the X3, so you guys mentioned the Vile, what was the last game Vile made an appearance? What was his
X8.
final appearance?
Oh,
X8.
X8.
Really? From
Yes.
X3 to X8?
Yeah,
Yes.
Wow, that's a long time, man. That's a long
changes
jump.
color too, right?
He looked like
Mm.
Boba Fett.
Um,
Boba Fett.
playing looking at the first trilogy of Mega Man X, X1, X2, X3, because Vile was pretty much the big bad in the first trilogy. Am I right?
He
I
wasn't in
always
X
thought
two.
that I always you got Sigma, no?
Yeah.
I always thought that Vile, so he's a masked character, right? So you don't know pretty much who he was at first. I always thought that Vile was a remnant from the classic Mega Man games,
Hmm.
who just suddenly, from a few like a century later, just woke up, changed his look, and then he's gonna and face reveal. Oh, it's Oh, maybe it's Bass. Maybe. No, but no, it's a totally different character. Would have been nice if he was uh, like somewhat a character from the classic Mega Man games. No? As far as the gameplay goes, um, for those people who've been playing the first Mega Man X1 and X2, there's not really much of an innovation here. As far as the aesthetic gameplay is concerned, in my eyes, at least. Um, you mentioned this is the first time players will be able to use Zero on a limited basis, no?
Yeah.
Siguro playing, giving a quick taste of Zero,
Oo,
with
pinakilig.
became the drive for Mega Man X4. Okay, you like playing at Zero. Okay, we'll give you Zero. That's why you got Mega Man X4. No, otherwise, anything noteworthy about this game that stood out?
Hmm.
Um,
Gold
any
Ah,
armor.
any particular good armors in this?
Additional lang din ako. Si Sigma boss fight is very difficult talaga. Sobra.
Oh, in this one?
Yung the small head Sigma. If you if you have encounter Sigma, that's a very difficult boss.
Mhm.
I mean, looking at the game footage right now, I noticed that X is not using any special armor.
Yeah.
Does he have
Right.
any special armor in this X3?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
hmm
Oh, okay.
You can acquire, what is it? I forget how it's done, but there's a gold armor, a gold version of the armor in
Yeah, you
X3.
just
Oh,
have to
right.
have
Uh,
all the heart tanks, sub tanks,
yeah.
and all the armor pieces.
Okay,
And you
okay.
can't lose any
Meron
health, and you get it, and you
May
acquire
isa
it in the first
may
stage of Dopplers.
Is it the same as X4, where you need to go to the secret capsule compartments that Doctor Light scattered all over, or you just find it at random?
hmm
You have to enter in a cheat in order to unlock
Yeah.
the armors, and
Cheat
then
code.
you go into Web Spider stage to change your armor for the
Oh,
ultimate.
right. Okay. Hmm. Well, that's it for me.
okay.
Question. Kung sa X1 merong Hadouken, sa X2 may Shoryuken, ano meron dito? Or
the
if
Z Saber. The Z
Meaning
Saber.
will
Z-Saber
yeah.
lang talaga.
Hurricane
Oh.
So, there's no
Kit
Easter eggs in
Baruket.
this game.
Kit
There's no
Baruket.
Easter egg in
Fuken.
this game.
There's
Okay.
no Tatsumaki Senpukaki.
Why? Ayan, ano?
Flash
Why?
kick.
Why? Oh, ba't di
At
nila
least Sonic
ginawang
Boom.
Kit Baruket?
They
No?
just Sonic Boom.
Or
Di ba?
Tire
Or
I mean,
anything.
no, I mean, let's just say Capcom being as lazy as they are, But it would
Exactly.
be nice if they
May
include
di na, okay nga.
other
Sayang,
Street
Kit
Fighter moves
Baruket.
in here,
Kit Baruket dapat talaga.
Dapat
If
meron,
they
no?
already include
Kasi
the Hadouken and the
trilogy, eh, no?
Shoryuken,
Oo.
why not go all out? Would have been nice. All right.
Yeah.
Sayang.
Nothing else, guys.
Sa
We'll
X8
probably move
meron
on.
eh. Tatsumaki,
Kit
Kit
Baruket.
Baruket, tsaka
Kit
tsaka
Baruket.
Shoryuken. Kay
Ewan
Zero.
tawag.
Kay Zero naman.
Right.
Ayan.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Good. All right. Coming in close. We're almost rounding this out. Number four of the top 11 Mega Man X games of the series. So, Mega Man Maverick Hunter X for the PSP coming in at number 4.
Number 4.
Number 4. Show of hands who've played this. I've played
Oo. I played it also.
Yeah.
I did play it.
it. Okay.
I
I
played
didn't
it.
even know it existed.
Bell, have you played
It's
it?
like a remake. A remake
It's like a
or
remake
remaster
of-
of Mega Man
I just
X.
watched it.
Pero ano eh, sa akin, ba't nakarating to ng top 4, tapos yung X8 hindi? Kasi iisa lang sila ng engine.
Right?
Iisa lang sila ng engine eh. Tingnan nyo, kasi tingnan mo yung mga bloke yung mga polygons ng parts, tapos yung itsura ng
Baka ano kasi.
armor capsule. Tapos ito,
Remake.
remake lang naman to eh.
Binuhat
Ewan,
sila.
baka maraming fans siguro yung one talaga. Like,
Wala,
yung,
yun.
yung ni-remake yan, natawa sila.
Oh,
Ngayon,
diba?
alam ko na to. So,
Even higher than
Vote ko na rin
X6,
to.
Sir Asu.
Oo. Hindi,
Yeah.
okay lang. Hindi, kumbaga sa isa ng engine, di ba?
Oo.
Pero hindi, sige, marami rin talagang hindi kasi nag-try ng X8 eh. Kaya tanggap ko naman. Ko lang, ginojo ko lang na kasi isa nga yung engine. Tinitrivia ko lang. Iisa sila ng engine na ginamit dito sa game na to, Maverick Hunter X tsaka sa X8. Ayan, yan.
Yeah.
pero
Kasi
nag-stick
file,
sila sa chibi pa rin dito.
Yun nga lang sa chibi pa rin.
You know.
Alright.
Are we going? I wasn't sure who was going to go first. I think we all just chimed in.
Go. Oh.
Okay. Keith, do you want to say anything about Maverick Hunter X?
I enjoyed it. It was nice to see Capcom go back and to revisit the X1 series. I agree with Brady. This is what he said. Released it on the wrong system because the PS2, because they could have probably planned for a second one.
Yep.
I was really in high hopes that they were going to do a second one, but because of the life on the PSP and it was kind of fading away,
Mhm.
it didn't get a lot of love. But I will definitely give X1 love any day because it really, stood out to me as a different Mega Man game when I got introduced to it. And I love the animation, the graphics.
Yep.
I like how they changed up the getting the armor locations. Definitely, the
Almost same
music.
lang eh.
The music was good. Music was good. It was on point. I like the voice acting. The guy that does the English voice for G Gundam, I can't remember his name. He always wears a cape. He has a red bandana. He does the voice for Mega Man X in this, and I've always liked the dude's voice acting.
Mhm. Gotcha.
Ayan.
Sounds good. Tress, any input about Maverick Hunter
Oh,
X?
yeah. Of course, the graphics is good. Then I think it's slower. I think the pacing of the game, like in SNES, right?
The pacing?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
somewhat,
like
yes.
different. It's like slower.
Hmm.
Yeah, and then di ba, I said it earlier that I don't not a fan of a slow pacing, but yeah, it's a good game.
Hmm. And also, you said you had played this before, right?
Yeah. Ay, siya ba?
Asu.
Asu.
Yeah.
Yes, I did drive because it's a remake. Yeah, right.
Right.
And because of I played X8 first before this, so that's another reason because they have the same engine. So that's why I played this game. Uh, what else? Any
Hadouken!
notable?
Hadouken! Hadouken!
Ano pa ba? So, ayun pa nga pala. Meron, kasi pang alam ko, meron tong package na ka-package or dun sa mismong package nung game, meron, there's a movie of the Mega Man X involved in the,
Right.
Yeah,
so,
Day of
yeah, yeah.
Sigma. Day of
ayan,
Sigma.
It's
the Day of Sigma. Yun yung parang involved dito sa sa game na to. Kaya yun din siguro yung seek or nagpataas din ng rating nitong Mega Man X Maverick Hunter X para sa akin. Ayan, yan. Okay.
Got it. Thank you. So, for my input about Maverick Hunter X, like Quay Raymond had mentioned in the chat, once you finish the game, you can play as Vile. I thought that was a different dimension. I was never able to.
I don't know.
Yeah, you can play as Vile.
What?
Yeah,
Yep.
Vile is playable. Yeah, once you beat the game, you're
Or
able to play
maybe
as Vile.
I didn't remember.
Yeah, you have to beat the game in order to unlock him. He has a different dimension to him. He unlocks like certain like arsenal and weaponry. He doesn't absorb the Mavericks' powers, but I thought that was pretty cool. It's a way to rejuvenate the original X1 story. So yeah, I thought it was I enjoyed it. I think I borrowed this on my PSP when I had the PSP. I enjoyed the voice acting. I definitely enjoyed the animation cutscenes and the original video animation itself, Day of Sigma. It's truly remarkable. I remember watching it a lot. I do like how they switched up a lot of things. It's like Keith said, the armor locations, and there's just different ways about it. For what it's worth, I think it's a really great remake, a reimagining of X1. So,
Yeah.
Joe, any input?
So,
Hunter X?
so this game is pretty much a remake. of the
Oh,
original
yeah.
X1.
Yes, sir.
So if players are going to play the SNES one or this one, which would be the better one to play?
Hmm.
This one
SNES.
I'm
SNES.
better with the SNES version.
or the SNES one? Because what are the
So,
only
Why?
things that they change here aside from the graphics, of course? What are the other
I
additions that they
think the
made?
armor locations, right?
Just the
Yeah.
armor
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah,
And then the fact that they
Uh,
made
and
Kyle Vile
the
playable.
and
yeah. The
the
file is
files
playable.
playable
and
Yeah,
the
and
and the boss
and the Day of
pattern.
Sigma.
They have
Boss
Sigma.
pattern is different.
Yeah.
Right, right. I never really thought of how long Zero's hair was, because I saw the footage of him just walking, and goddamn, his hair is really, really long,
Right.
Like, and I'm thinking, does he ever step
wait,
on his own hair? Sometimes,
may
like,
appearance. Ay, sorry,
and
sorry.
he keeps on waving
Appearance
that
same.
Z saber around, right?
Pero
Like,
yung
he
boss
doesn't
pattern,
accidentally cut his own hair.
dapat tatalim
I,
to. Ewan ko kung tatalim to.
I think
Kasi
the hair is
ang
programmed to stay away from the Z saber.
first attack nito, missile launch, then tatalon.
All right.
Tingnan natin. Kasi kay Armadillo kanina, ayun, iba eh.
Among all of the robot masters in X1, which is your favorite? Like the one who stood out the most? Advil.
Advil. Which robot master?
Mm. Among
Oh,
in the X1 in Maverick
excellent.
Hunter, which stood out the most?
For me, it's Boomerang Kuwanger or Boomerang, you know, I
Why?
forget Boomerang Kuwang, whatever the beetle. Um, I like his theme. When I think of X1, I always go for the theme. We will get into X1 where it ranks, but yeah, there's Boomerang Kuwanger, and then Chill Penguin for me comes a close second. You know, um, he's one of the first bosses you encounter really, if you knew where you're going.
Yes, Boomerang Kwanger, right?
Hmm.
Yep.
Pero
That's it. That's it for me, really.
Okay, got it. All right, that's good. So
Question.
go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
May appearance ba si Zero or talaga sa SNES or is
meron.
is Zero
Appearance.
has
meron.
appearance in
Umpisa pa
SNES
lang,
version?
may appearance na kagad
Meron
si
talaga.
Zed.
Yeah, the
Okay, okay. Hindi ko
encounter of I mean Vile.
hindi ko
Kay
to
Vile.
na. Oo
So,
nga, oo nga. Oo nga. Okay, okay.
Yeah, Zero appears, but they switched up how they handled the second stages. So you would encounter like Zero and a Vial in the first second stage, but I think they moved it to the third stage, if I'm not mistaken.
third
Yes, yes,
Right,
yes.
stage.
right, Keith.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So they switched it up, and I appreciate the Capcom for doing that. You know, but like Keith said, I wish they'd done more. I would love to see like an X2, X3 remake done in this style. It would have been cool to see. So
It deserves it.
yeah. Okay, so the last three, number three of the top Mega Man X games in the series. Number three, Mega Man X2. For the Super Nintendo. Bell, would you like to say anything about X2
Sinala lang ako later. Sa
later?
kanila.
Okay. Keith, would you like to say anything about X2?
Oh yeah, this one was probably this one out of all the X games, and I tell everyone this. I recently streamed this last
Right.
Saturday.
Mhm.
This was by far my favorite Mega Man X game. It definitely took a, how do I say this? Not darker route, but more. It made the storyline more interesting. You know, with Zero's death, and X is now fighting alone, fighting the Mavericks, and then they discovered that Zero can be alive, possibly, but we just got to collect the parts.
Yeah.
I like the boss fights in this. It definitely stood out. Definitely the difficulty and the X armor was really cool. My
Hmm.
only dislike about one of the weapon abilities was the Giga Crush. That one where he goes like this and
Yeah.
he stores up all the energy,
Hmm.
everything. I thought that was kind of useless. I mean, it just depends because it would have been nice to use like in case of like to get yourself out of a situation when you're fighting the Mavericks,
Yeah.
and that would do like a lot of damage. But definitely the level layouts were good. The Maverick bosses were amazing. I like the armor pieces, the heart tanks, and where to get to all the locations. Crystal Snail was definitely a challenge if you've tried to get that heart tank
Oh
and
yeah.
the right armor.
Yep.
That would have you sitting there for hours trying to do that, and it took a lot of timing. And I think another reason why I like is because of they introduce you in being able to ride in the motorcycle, which that was a challenge, but
Yeah.
you get to explore different routes and you know stuff with the Mega Man X games.
Got it. Got it. Yeah. And it's funny. I remember you said that you streamed almost every X game, but for some reason you forgot X2, and
Yeah,
that's
I
why you just
skipped
streamed.
over that, and
Yeah.
it was fun. Definitely going back to one of my favorite games. It's like I have streamed all the other uh, X games from X1 through X4, and I don't know why I skipped it.
Right.
I guess I was hesitant because of the bike level. That one
Uh-huh.
always gets me. That one always messes with my head. But got to work around for it. You just use the speed burner to get that heart tank.
Right.
You're gonna take a death, but it's worth it.
That's right. Yep. So yeah. Thank you, Keith. I appreciate it. Um, Asu, have you played X2?
I do. I did, but just like X3, it doesn't have a spark in my heart.
Got it. Yeah.
Recently, I played the mod of this
Oh,
game,
that's right. That's right. We did play that.
the Ultimate Armor.
Yes.
So, yun. Ano pa ba? Kala ko I thought the bosses here is you can beat with just a buster, but that's why I am having a hard time playing that mod.
Mhm.
So, but I checked the gameplay of the normal ROM, the normal game. You can damage the boss with just a pellet or the charge shot of the
Yeah.
buster shot, but the mod is broken.
Right.
So that's
No.
why I'm having a hard time while playing the mod.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
what else? Mm, I did play this game, but uh, when I was in high school, but
Mm.
it didn't leave a spark in my heart. Just like I said, like
Yeah.
X3.
Right.
So I don't have any notable infos
Oh
about this
fuck.
game except for the Shoryuken.
Mhm.
So yeah,
Yep.
The good Easter egg of this game, and okay, that's all.
Got it. Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Asu. Thank you. Tress, Mega Man X2, Mega
Oh,
Man
yan.
X Dalawa. What do you got?
Uh, sa X1, di ba, you don't have the built-in dash in the
Yes.
first, no, di
Right.
ba? Pero dito, in X2, you have the, the built-in na yung dash niya. And then you
Mhm.
have, you have air dash na also.
Yes.
And then, the introduction nga of the Shoryuken.
Mhm.
Shoryuken! And then, I think there's an issues here in the X2 because of other. I think I saw the reviews. They say that the drop frame dropping of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, yun yung pinaka issues niya. And then, yeah, yung sabi dito sa chat, si Marlon, the introduction of Black Zero, if you collect
Right.
zero parts. And then you
Mhm.
can also, in the end, you can fight also zero, di ba?
Yes.
If you don't collect the ano, yan.
The parts, yes.
Then, yeah. If you collect all the parts, and then you'll not fight zero. Yeah.
Right.
All in all, it's good. Me, it's and then the Sigma fight. I think this is the easiest one. If you have the Shoryuken, right?
Mhm. Right.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think this is the easiest Sigma boss fight for me in the
Mhm.
trilogy. Yeah,
Got
that's
it.
it.
Yeah. Sounds good. Bal, any input? Thank you, Tress.
Yeah.
Okay. Traditional again. This is the first game. Wait, may mic ba ako?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. This is the first X series that features Gigi Attack.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And this is the X series that has the final boss without the health bar.
Right.
What?
Oh, yeah.
That's
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Really?
Mhm.
Oh,
Right?
Yeah.
So, ayun. Yun ang
kakainis.
So how will you know that you're almost gonna beat him?
Just by
Just like
feel.
Castlevania.
Mamamatay na rin siya.
Just like
Just by feel.
Castlevania.
Does the boss turn red or something?
Na,
Because
I
that's
think
how we
so.
know, right?
You
If
can
them up
feel it,
if,
You
if
can
they
feel
are
it na.
flashing
You can
red, then
feel
that
it.
means they're about to
depends on
die.
you.
If he stops attacking, and then that's it.
What? All right.
But the first form ni Sigma meron.
Oo,
Just
meron.
last form, which is yung head. Yun ang
Oh,
wala.
yung head. Wala.
Yun ang wala. Pero
Ah.
matatapos mo siya ng walang health bar talaga. Hindi na nakalabas. So yun lang. Yun lang additional ko.
All right. Yeah. So my input about X2. I just did a little research about it. So I do remember this game is the first first instance of the whole of what is it? For the first instance of the whole X series, even for the limitations of the Super Nintendo, it's the first game they call a CX4 chip, and
Mm.
it says right here it's a digital signal processor which allows for limited 3D graphical effects like rotation, enlarging, and shrinking of a wireframe objects. So that's why you see for the Sigma fight, you see the floating head. It's in a wireframe. That was pretty new and I guess innovative at the time as far as pushing the limitations of the Super Nintendo. For me myself, I do remember playing this game. X2 is a good game. I like it. It's nice. You know, it sparked a little bit of a little spark of in my heart as as Asu puts it. Yeah, I find myself playing this. I played I think I've tried out as Brett said in the chat the Zero mod where you can play a Zero. It's a hack.
Yep.
It's much harder. Double bosses. It doesn't play around, but for the game itself, I like that they added the Shoryuken. It's a great it shows continuity with the first game having the Hadouken. The Mavericks, I think they're pretty cool. Yeah, the Mavericks are pretty cool. Yep, C4. There you go, C4 chip. Thank you, Pascal. Yeah, and I do like the fact that you have the option whether you want to save Zero by getting the parts or you want to fight him. And from all the playthroughs I've seen, a lot of people like to fight Zero because of the epic music that comes with the battle with Zero, but right before you fight Sigma, you know, um, that means multiple one or two endings for the game. So it's a lot of replayability with this game. Yeah, I definitely want to start. I want to play this game as well soon. Just to play it. I like how it is. I like how Capcom had presented it. It still holds to this day, in my opinion. So yeah. Joe, any words for X2?
X2. No. So for X2, as Jay mentioned earlier, no, because they added a little bit more hardware into it. No, it did kind of push the SNES capability. So in running X2, my feeling in regards with the trilogy, X1 is something like, oh, this is our X game. We'll just play it safe, see how it goes. And then in X2, learning from what happened with X1, they pushed the envelope a little bit further. And then with X3, they went even more with the they played a lot they played a little bit more some of the liberties. So they took liberties a little bit more. They played it around they played a little bit more on what the SNES could do in X3. So X2
Mhm.
is pretty much uh, their stepping point going forward. You mentioned Pascal mentioned here in the chat. So the only time we'll know that Sigma is almost uh, that you can almost beat him is
With a
by
color
color
change.
change.
Yep.
As per usual, that's how we usually know. If we
Mhm.
play beat 'em up games, if they the
They start
more red that they
flashing red. Yeah.
the more they flash red, that means they're almost done. Thank you for that, Sir Pascal, uh, for giving that info. Uh, so on Mega Man X2, you're pretty much using X alone, right? I mean, zero,
Mhm.
you're just gonna save zero.
Yeah.
That's the main
Collect.
Yeah.
that's the
Mhm.
main
Just
storyline
collect.
of the game,
Yes. You have to
right?
save zero, or you can have the option to forego fighting the hunters, or I forgot what they're called, the X hunters.
The X
Um,
Hunters.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
you can
And
skip that.
so you're gonna save zero. Why? What happened here? What's the
If
story
you
here?
save zero's parts, that means you'll say, like someone said in the chat. I'm sorry. Oh, Marlon said, the black zero. It's like a clone of zero, but it gets destroyed by the actual zero. Zero gets revived somehow with all the parts. I think Dr.
Right.
Kane put them back
Put
together.
them back together.
Uh,
Uh,
Pascal also mentioned here,
mentioned here
with the X
with the
Buster
X
upgrade.
Buster upgrade.
Oh, I'm hearing an
Oh, I'm
echo.
hearing an echo.
What's
Zero
that?
echo.
What's that?
Yes.
That's huh? What?
Do you have echo?
Do you have echo?
All right.
All right.
Yep,
That's
still there.
still there.
Oh,
Oh,
hang on, guys.
hang
Some
on, guys.
technical difficulties.
Okay na.
Test, test.
Test. Low, low,
Yep,
low, low, low.
still there.
Still there.
Test.
Test.
Yeah, there's an echo,
There's
guys.
an echo, guys.
Who
Who
changed their
suddenly
audio
changed their
setting?
audio setting?
Not me.
Not me.
Up.
Up.
Yep, still there.
Yep, still there.
Hang on.
Hang on.
Let me just.
Let me just.
Look.
Look. I'll test.
I'm the one who's
I'm
the
the one
echo.
with the echo.
Try talking, guys.
Try talking, guys. Low, low, low.
Test.
Test. Test.
Hello?
Hello?
Yep.
Not me.
Not me.
Hi.
Okay.
Okay. How about
Let's try with
let's
Jay.
try
I'm
with
gonna
Jay. I'm
mute
gonna
Jay's
mute
mic.
Jay's mic.
Hello, hello, hello,
Low,
hello.
low, low, low.
Not Jay.
Not Jay.
I'm muting Keith.
Muting Keith.
Hello, hello,
Hello,
hello.
hello, hello.
Not Keith.
Not Keith.
Bell.
Bell.
Hello, hello,
Hello,
hello.
hello, hello.
Not Bell.
Not Bell.
Hello, hello,
Hello, hello, hello.
Not Asu.
Not Asu.
Huli.
Hello, 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 hello.
Ah,
Stress.
yes.
Yes. Oh, what's happening? Wait lang,
Huli.
guys.
Huli.
I just turned off the volume.
All right.
All right.
Yep, still there.
Still there.
Out.
Nice mic, Jay.
Nice mic, Jay.
All right.
All right.
Up, still there.
Up, still there.
Kanino?
Alright, so while Tress is fixing his audio settings,
No worries.
Pascal mentioned something about the upgrades. Um, uh, knowing what you guys have mentioned, since we started discussing the X games, and so you guys been mentioning armor and whatnot. So knowing what I know now, why is that Capcom's games, especially as far as the X games are concerned, how come the upgrades are never been consistent per each game? Like
Hmm.
if they're going to introduce one innovation in X2, why not carry that in X3, then add another upgrade, then you carry that to X4, and then add another upgrade, and then carry it to X5, and then put another upgrade, and then X6, put another carry it over to X7, add another upgrade. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So how come they would introduce this this kind of innovation, and then they're gonna change it all over, like those upgrades and all of those innovations didn't really existed in the first place. No,
Right. I have
they
the
didn't. Capcom is so very inconsistent with their
yeah.
with their with their supposedly game design as far as innovations go. Like they never carry over to the next game.
Yeah.
Now,
The perfect
just
answer is already what you said because Capcom.
because Capcom.
Because Capcom. That's it.
Capcom.
Because there are certain because there are certain upgrades that you have mentioned that looks cool on paper,
Yeah.
and you guys played it more than I do, so you guys pretty much know what's happening.
Right.
You guys use these upgrades, and there's a good place and there's a good time for the players to use such upgrades and armors, And I'm just here thinking, so why take those and not carry those over to the next game? If
Mhm.
uh, although maybe there are some innovations that didn't really um, as Sir Asu mentioned, spark. Put some spark in their hearts. We're gonna, guys, as a new tradition here in Timeless Gamer, we're gonna use that meme.
It's fucking
Put,
hard.
put spark in our hearts. Okay, for each game. Okay, did it spark?
Didn't
Did it
leave a
put a
spark.
spark in your heart?
Good
We're
job,
gonna use
Asu.
that from now on. Okay.
Copyright
All thanks
Asu.
to Sir Asu. Yeah, but that's all really for me. No, I mean, parang there are certain innovations and upgrades, more good than bad. I just wish that they could have at least carried that over to the next game, and then they just mentioned, oh, remember this weapon that you used before? Yeah, we made some upgrades, and now you can use this, that. Just make it a part of the storyline. But no, Capcom being Capcom, of course. Anyway, Sir Tres is now back online. Let's see. Hello, guys. Blah, blah, blah. Testing, testing. And I
What's
can
up?
still hear some echo.
Sino ba meron?
Tres.
Echo pa rin?
That's
Yep.
See?
Echo Man.
Yep, it's still Tres. All right.
Still Tress. I think the best solution is to mute like Mike have Tress's mic muted, and if he has to say something, you can
Yeah,
speak.
but still, if Tres is going to speak, he will still hear that. You'll still
Right.
hear some echo.
I know.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no echo now.
Oh,
I think
okay na, okay
we
na.
did it.
Okay now?
Okay, now.
Can you hear me?
All right.
Yes, good.
That's all for me, guys.
All right. Thank you, Joe. All right, so we're rounding down to the bottom two, the top two, Mega Man X games. Number two, Mega Man X. Yung Mega Man, the first
The first
Mega Man
one.
X game. It's not called. It's funny. People thought back in the day when Mega Man X came out, people thought it was Roman numeral 10. They thought
Right.
it was Mega Man 10. Yeah. Right. So it's Mega Man X, the first Mega Man X of the franchise. Who would like to go first? Anyone? Anyone love Mega Man X? Anyone?
Eh,
Ako na lang.
Okay, go ahead.
Go, Sir
Yun,
Tres.
yan,
Please put a spark in your heart.
the OG Mega Man. So yun, ito yung introduction ng wall jumps, siyempre. The introduction of wall jumps, the Hadouken. Hadouken.
Hadouken.
And then, yeah, I said it earlier that there is no built-in dash at the beginning.
Right.
Yeah. And then, soundtrack is good. Heart tanks, upgrade armors. Yeah, that's basically it. The fight of Sigma, I think I can rate it. The trilogy is the second to the difficult, to the hardest. I think, yeah. That's it. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Tress. Thank you. Belle, would you like to say anything about Mega Man X, X1?
My number one
Oh wow.
X series. Yes, this is my first X series that I played before. When, and take note, it's on the arcade.
In
I
the
played it.
arcade?
Yeah, first time played.
Hmm.
Bijuan.
Oh,
Yeah, the what do you call that? Ano ba tawag natin sa Bijuan? Basta, yeah, arcade, arcade, not
arcade
in the
cabinets.
oh yeah,
Hmm.
in the arcade cabinet with multi carts. So this game is very much nostalgia to me. And yeah, first time I saw Zero here
right.
in the game. Ano pa ba? The upgrades, yeah, dito naging cool ang Mega Man. Kasi from classics, then the upgrades, armor, andito na, lumabas. So, dito na naging astig, dito na naging cool ang X series ang Mega Man, ang story ng Mega Man. And yun nga, ang daming na-confuse dati na ito yung Mega Man 10.
Mega Man 10.
But hindi. After ng Mega Man Classic era, ito na yan. X na yung sumunod na timeline.
Mhm.
Ano pa ba? Yun, yung mga capsule. Dito na natin nakita ang mga capsules. 'Di ba? Mga secret passages dito. Kasi sa classic, wala ko naalala may mga secret mga passage or hidden. Then, ano pa ba? Yeah, wall jump. Katulad na sinabi ni Tres. Dito na. And, syempre, si Sigma. Dito na natin nakilala. Dito ko nakilala si Sigma. Yan. Ang ganyan na lang muna. Isipin ko lang yung ibang addition ko.
Got it. Thank you, Belle. Thank you. Keith, would you want to say anything about X1, the first Mega Man X? Let's
it
go.
definitely touched my heart. With the story going into 100 years into the future. It kind of left a gap of what was happening with the classic characters. We got introduced with new characters, all new Mavericks. Some will probably pass them as Robot Masters, but they're actually just Mavericks.
Right.
It was a darker story. A war had broke out with the Mavericks against the Reploids, and Maverick Hunters were responsible for taking out these Mavericks that were that just went berserk. I like the fact that they introduced Mega Man with the pieces where you can upgrade his armors. It was very unique, and they introduced new characters, Zero, Vile. Some may believe that a lot of people thought Zero was Proto Man from the past, and I'm like having to correct people. I'm like, no, that's not true.
Yeah.
But it was definitely memorable because it was my first Mega Man X game for the Super Nintendo that I enjoyed.
Yeah. Yeah. Very great. That sounds good. Asu, anything about X1?
About X1. Um, in Mega Man series, can you charge the boss weapons just like in here in X?
Yes, but you have to have the full, well, the arm cannon upgrade. You don't have to have the full armor, but I think with the
Just
I
the
arm
arm
mean,
cannon.
Mega Man
yeah.
series, not the X series. Can you
Oh,
charge? Can you
Some
charge the
some
boss weapons?
some of them,
some of them, like
very
Heat Man's
limited.
What
weapon.
series? In Mega
Mega
Man,
Man 2,
Mega Man series.
Two.
Yeah.
Two.
2,
Two.
where
Mega
you can
Man
charge the
2,
heat.
and I believe for
Tiger.
homing sniper in Mega Man 8, if you charge it, you can send multiple
Okay, okay.
sniper. Yeah, I
So I
forget what
thought
else.
this was the introduction of the you can charge the boss weapons.
Oh, okay,
I
okay.
thought, but
Yeah.
I was wrong. And about the Hadouken, I don't want to call it a special upgrade or upgrade. Calling it a Easter egg. It's not it's not meant to be used in. For me, it's a cheat. It's a cheat. It's a cheat weapon. It's not intended as an upgrade. It's just
Hadouken.
an Easter egg. We can just call it an Easter egg for
Right.
me. That's my
Mhm.
opinion.
Yeah,
Uh,
just a
it's a cheat.
DLC. It's a DLC back in the
Item deal,
day.
right? So I
DLC.
don't want to call it a special upgrade.
Yeah, it's a DLC.
Just ensure you can do.
Yeah.
So this
Mhm.
meant to finish the game with the boss weapons or your master weapons.
Right.
Uh, for me, it's not
Yeah.
eh, uh, what else? Well, the nostalgic feeling, this. Yes. Okay. It did leave a spark in my heart. Just like Bell, the experience, I played this on arcade cabinets here in SNES. They made the arcade cabinet from SNES.
Oh, okay,
They
okay.
attach a SNES console on a cabinet, and they operate with the coin.
Yes.
If you insert a 1 peso coin, you will have a 3 minute of
3
gameplay of
minutes.
the game. Okay. Multi-cart of the game,
Multi-cart.
multi-titles. But
Yeah.
I do like the Mega Man. So, yun. Paano ko ba
Okay.
Englishin yung iniiwan pa ako sa palengke ng nanay ko? Pag namamalengke yung nanay ko, hihingi lang ako ng 5 piso. Habang namamalengke yung nanay ko, nilalaro ko lang tong Mega Man. Ayun. Tapos babalikan ko na lang. Pagkabalik ko, pag namalengke, lagi ako nang sumasama dati sa palengke sa nanay ko. Kasi para maglaro lang ng Mega Man. Tapos inaalala ko na lang, sinesave ko na lang yung password.
Password.
Mhm.
Ayun.
Right.
So, pero hindi ko siya natapos nun. Dito ko na lang din natapos nung nagkaroon ako ng Access Emulator. Ayun nga. So, kasi frustration ko nga nung bata, hindi ko natatapos dahil kailangan ko po mag ng pera. So, yun. So, tinapos ko na nung ano. So, it did leave a spark in my heart because of the
Same.
nostalgic feeling.
Same feeling.
Yan. What else? I think that's it. That's it.
Okay, okay.
So,
Thank you.
siguro doon sa tanong ni Joe kanina na kung ano papipiliin, kung X1 ba or yung Maverick Hunter X. Ito na yung sagot kasi nasa top 2 nga yung Mega Man X.
There you go.
Kesa doon sa
SNES version.
Maverick Hunter X.
Superior to.
Yan lang.
Always the original.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Asu. Thank you. So I'll give my input. Mega Man X definitely left a huge spark in my heart. And I say huge, I emphasize huge. You know. Thank you, Asu. Copyright Asu Gaming. Yeah, Mega Man X. I do remember playing it. When I was in middle school. Friend at the time, he let me borrow it. I played on the Super Nintendo. I remember playing it multiple times. I love it for its music. I love it for its you know, as a way, like, yes, it's based on the future of the classic Mega Man series, but they added more. Like Tress had said, they added the wall jump, they added armor. I thought it was pretty cool how they innovated. They kept the classic Mega Man formula, but they enhanced it. It's supposed to be 100 years in the future, and um, and instead of like the regular like Octopus Man or the Electric Man, Fireman, they went the different route. They use animals or whatever living creature, or whatever you know, instead of making it like a man thing. So um, I thought it was pretty cool. Like Sigma, aka Bruce Willis, the main bad guy. Um,
Bruce Willis. It is
um,
true. It is true.
yeah. I thought it was pretty cool. Like you don't have to really deal with Dr. Wily, but although I do like the ties that it has with the classic series. Like you'll see Dr. Light in the capsule. You can't really tell if he's like left messages from the past or he's like interacting with X, in the future, and he's still in the past. Because I feel like within the stories of all the games, like you could see like Dr. Light is like, man, it sucks that this thing is happening, but here you go. Here's an armor piece for you for you to use, to get through whatever and so forth. Yeah, so all in all, and like the footage that I've seen, the ride armors is another cool thing. There's a whole lot of different, I know, whole lot of different features, and I can see why this is ranked high in the list. Me myself, I love to play this game over and over. I've played the zero hack of it. It's very cheap. Double bosses. Armored armadillo. I want to call child protective services on him. Crazy. But yeah, X1, great game. Great gameplay. Truly innovated, like a whole series in itself. Zero, the introduction to Zero. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that thought Zero was a girl due to the long hair, but you know, Zero was pretty cool. And yeah, they added the Hadouken. It's a nice nod because Street Fighter was very popular at the time. Like even Dr. Light is dressed up in the gi, like the new outfit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought it was
Just
pretty
like
cool.
Sayu.
Yeah, and like Asu said, like it's just a little Easter egg. I call it a DLC. Instead of paying for it, you pay by like how many lives you lose, like 3 or 4, 5. Yeah, death loadable content. I don't know, but yeah. So yeah, that's how I feel about X1. Great game. I can see why it's number 2 or ranked high at least, and I can see why a lot of people like it. So yeah, Joe, any words for X1?
All right. X1. I am one of those gullible kids back in the 90s who thought Mega Man X was Mega Man 10. And I'm like, what? Because we got Mega Man 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 for the NES. Then we jumped to Mega Man 10 for some reason. What happened to 7, 8, and 9? Then uh, if you're one of those kids who were paying attention to the back cover of the game, oh, this is Mega Man X and X, not Roman numeral for 10X. So a century after the classic Mega Man games, but when you first play it on the first stage, it even made more case to those people who thought this is just a classic Mega Man, because the sprite design for Mega Man X looks exactly like Mega Man. The same blue shade still there,
Right.
and the way the sprite design, yeah, he looks a little bit more juvenile. Looks exactly like classic Mega Man. So I mean, I can't really blame people for thinking, oh, this is just Mega Man, classic Mega Man. They just called it X. And it wasn't until X2, X3, and X4 moving forward that they made a few adjustments just to make sure, just so you people won't confuse him with classic Mega Man. I think because of uh, the limitation of the SNES, maybe the initial artwork for X is different, but because of the limitations that they designed it for the SNES, it looks just like this. In the original artwork, there's hints of there's the blue armor, of course, but there's hint of white and gray,
Right.
and the helmet is a little bit different,
Hmm. Yep.
and um, classic Mega Man's face is a little bit more rounded. X has a little bit more anime-ish style on him, no, more contours rather than X having like a round face.
Yeah.
Um, Otherwise, I like the fact that when we played the first Mega Man X game, the developers didn't really they stayed away from the Robot Master's design, where they just think of a Robot Master and then make it um, what's the best word to describe it, anthropomorphic. In the X series, this is the first game that we see like like a bunch of animals
Hmm.
as robot masters, and then make them mechanized, anthropomorphic
Yep.
themselves. No,
There you go.
not they didn't make them as like random something man.
Hmm.
Then that's it. Here,
Yeah.
there's a little bit more design on them, no? Depending on what kind of animal that they're going to use uh, to fight uh, to fight Mega Man. Oh,
Yep.
as you have mentioned, I was one of those people who fell for um, who fell for Zero. No, I thought Zero for the longest time was a girl on this, and I'm like, oh shit, Capcom being progressive here.
Yeah.
There's a Mega Man character who is a girl with the long hair and everything,
Yeah.
and then you see Zero being held captive by Vile. Oh shit, they're going for the Super Mario route here. So you're gonna
Right.
Zero is pretty much the damsel in distress here, and then later on you'll then realize, oh shit, lady is a dude.
Dude looks like a lady.
Did they include some voice acting here?
Sabi ni Tres.
Did they include some voice acting
No, no,
in the
no voice
first
acting. No.
No
I
voice
don't
SNES
know.
acting.
game? So
Not
they did.
until they remade it with the Maverick Hunter X.
Oh, how
Yeah.
about in X2 and X3? Did they include any voice acting?
Don't think
No.
so.
No.
So unless you guys are paying attention to it with in the dialogue, uh, you would think that Zero is a girl unless they use the
Right.
pronoun
Pronoun.
him
He,
or
yeah.
he. so, so unless you're gonna pay attention with the dialogue, so unfortunately for those people who are playing the original Japanese version, who can't read shit Japanese, so people might think, oh, that's a girl, not a dude. All right. Other than that, so all throughout the game, you're pretty much using X. So Zero here will just show us a few cameos here and there. You're gonna save Zero eventually from Vile.
Mm-hmm. Zero from Vile. From Vile. No, well, in the story, it's yeah, Mega Man X tries to save Zero, but you know, in return, Zero like sacrifices himself, blows up his body to take out Zero's right armor,
Just
and
to
then Zero
destroy
perishes.
Vile.
the red armor, but you need to still beat Vile
Yeah, you still have to beat Vile by itself.
as
Okay, so
Mega
I'm
Man.
reading some snippets here in the chat. So KG Inafune didn't want this game to be called Mega Man X.
He
Is
wanted
there any
Zero.
truth in?
Yeah, he wanted Zero to be
Basically,
the
he
main
wanted
character.
Zero. So he came up with the concept of, he wanted to still continue the Mega Man games, but he wanted to have Zero as the main character for the X series.
Right.
Because Capcom denied that, they were like, no, we want still Mega Man or something with blue and, that gives like something that resembles the classic series. So he went back to the drawing board to do that.
Mhm.
Ah, okay. So he intendedly wanted Zero to take the lead in here,
Yes.
but he had a different but he had a different idea for Zero, not the Zero that we know now.
Correct.
Oh, right. So basically, the one that we are seeing here in the footage, that's supposed to be Zero, but in red armor.
Yep.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
because of the limitation of the SNES, where you can where the red color is not that much prevalent, they kept it on blue still.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, but we can still see Zero here in red. So what's the deal with that?
Limitations, I think. Definitely
Still?
limitations. Yeah. I don't know.
Mm. Also, is that the reason why they added more chip on the X2 series on the X2 game,
Possibly.
so the red can be more prevalent?
Mm-hmm. I
Mm.
think so. Yeah.
What I like about the X series as well, playing the classic Mega Man games, there's always this idea that any part or any appendage or coming from the enemy is automatically you need to avoid, otherwise you'll get damaged.
Mm-hmm.
So me playing an X game, when there's when there's a particular appendage or a certain projectile coming from the enemy, automatically you would avoid, and then you'll realize you can use those stuff as a platform for you to beat them. So unless you do some trial and error, you'll know which appendage or projectile coming from the enemy. You'll know which one to avoid or which ones do you need to use to beat the enemies.
Mm-hmm.
What else about is this the first? It is the first one in the series that they introduced. You know how in the classic games, even if you use the weapon that's the weakness of the certain robot master,
Yes.
you'll just realize, okay, there's a better damage here if I use this.
Yep.
In the X series, there's a certain animation that
Yes.
that will tell you, oh, this weapon is the most effective to use
Right.
under this
Yes.
robot
Yeah.
master.
Yes.
So this is the first one that introduced that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Like
Yep.
if I use a certain weapon,
It has animation.
there's a short animation
It's
of
reacting.
the robot master falling or
Yes.
tripping
Yep. Getting
like that.
electrocuted. Yep.
Yes.
See, so that's how you know they're weak
Sorry.
if you use
The
that particular
weakness.
weapon against them. No, so I love that concept. At least people would know, no, rather than experimenting
In,
what
in
weapon
classic.
you should use. It's kind of fun looking at their looking at those animations and see what their reaction towards a particular weapon against them. Otherwise, that's all for me.
Gotcha. And you know about X1, I just wanted to add in a little bit more. I love the homage it pays to the classic series as well. If you guys haven't really noticed, some of the Mavericks are an homage to pay homage to the original, the first Mega Man game too. Like Boomerang Kuwanger as a Scissorhead. Shout out to Cutman, Spark Mandrill, based off of Elect Man.
Yes.
Oh,
Same.
Who else? Flame Mammoth, Fireman, Channel Penguin, Iceman, so on and so forth. And some people even notice this. Like, when you fight the Maverick, the boss theme for the Maverick, it takes a little of a hint of the Mega Man 2, the boss select music. I thought it was pretty cool. Like Capcom, it's like they give a special shout out to the original classic series, so it's within the continuity, and I thought that was pretty cool. So, yeah. So that leads us to number one. So Joe, I have to repeat 11 through 2, diba?
yeah.
Okay. And then yeah, so coming in number one, before we get to number one, we got number 11 was Mega Man X7, everyone's favorite. Number 10, Mega Man Extreme for the Game Boy Color. Number 9, Mega Man X5 for the PlayStation 1 PC. Number 8, Mega Man X8 for PlayStation 2, and I believe there's also a PC port. Mega Man 7. Oh, no. Number 7. Sorry. Number 7, Mega Man X Command Mission, the RPG-based game released for the PS2 and GameCube, Nintendo GameCube. Number 6, Mega Man X6. I think that's Asu's favorite, diba? He said.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Number
Amen.
number one spark in his heart. Number 6, Mega Man X6, PlayStation 1 and PC. Number 3 or number 5. I'm getting like all mixed up because of X3 and whatever. But number 5, Mega Man X3 for the Super Nintendo and also a PlayStation port as well as a PC port. Number 4, Maverick Hunter X for the PSP. Number 3 is Mega Man X2 for the Super Nintendo, and number 2 is Mega Man X for the original Super Nintendo. Honorable mentions, like I said, Mega Man Extreme 2 for the Game Boy Color. I thought it was a pretty good game. And the newest iteration of Mega Man X, as far as I'm concerned, it's called Mega Man X Dive or Rockman X Dive. It's a mobile game that you can play. It's your basic gacha game, but with Mega Man elements. We're not going to really touch on that because not a lot of people gave their input about it, but it deserves a mention at least because it's still being done. It's still something worth Mega Man X, like aside from its shortcomings, but so there you go, everyone, for the last and the best according to the Mega Man community. Number 1, warning, warning, warning. Mega Man X. What are we fighting for?
Obviously.
Mega Man X4.
X4. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Da-da-da.
Ano yung X4?
X4.
All right, X4.
Mega Man X4. I would like to start off asking the Mega Man guru himself, Mr. Keith Samuel of the Buster Shot Zone. What are your thoughts on Mega Man X4?
Oh man, this game was beautiful. The animation is crisp. It just took the story to the next level of the X series. As you get to learn a little bit more about Zero's background and where he came from, who his creator was. It definitely took a different route because I was kind of a little lost on, Zero's past and what he stood for. And I like the armor upgrades because you get the option to choose from 2 different Mega Busters, I believe. X Busters, if I'm right. I didn't know that until recently, a few months back, because I always played with, using the Ultimate Armor. That was another thing, is the Ultimate Armor was in there. Great storyline. I love the level layouts. The Mavericks were definitely cool in this one, and the little cut scenes were good too. And I have wished that they used that style to make like an anime or something off of the X series, because I think Brett would agree with me. Definitely, I like Magma Dragoon as my favorite in here. He definitely reminds me of Kuma, so I think they took some influence from the Street Fighter series. But all in all, it's definitely probably by far the best X game next to X2 in my personal opinion. But it's definitely worth playing.
Right. Yeah. Did you play this a lot?
I played this a lot. This was actually my first game for the PlayStation 1. It's funny, Nintendo Mega Man 2 was my first video game, and then X4 was my first video game for the PlayStation. So it definitely hit home for me, and I played this constantly.
Yeah. Gotcha. Thank you, Keith. Appreciate it. Bell, any words for X4?
X4. What else? This is my second for the X series, second rank after X. So yeah, this is the best X series for me. I don't know why, but yeah, because this is the time Zero can be fully played.
Fully playable. Yep.
Yeah. And yeah, I love the boss fights, and the animation, the graphics in this game,
Mhm.
the what do you call it? The mm, I forget how to call it. The movements, the navigation is perfect, very fast paced compared to the um, uh, much faster compared to the
SNES Trilogy.
X2, yeah, X2 X3. And what else? Um, of course, their ultimate attack for both Mega Man and Zero is additional here. Which is great. And of course, the different kind of attack from of Zero, which
Mhm.
is which depends on the weapon acquired from the boss, and it is applied by not by the what do you call it? It is applied by command, and not just not just by pressing just the square button or the attack button. The extra command, which is the triangle,
Mhm.
which we can use the other weapons for Zero. What else? Um, yeah, that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Bill. Thank you. Asu, any words for X4?
X4. This is my first Mega Man X game in PS1.
Mhm.
Uh,
Me
for
too.
me, this has the most has most challenging boss compared to the X5 and compared to X5
Mhm.
and X6. Uh, I mean the boss weapons. You're the first 8 bosses.
Mhm.
What else? I do like the design of the armor of X. So and what I don't like in this game is the voice acting or the voice actors. X is like a baby. I don't like pag naman when he
Sounds so
died.
whiny.
Time to get
Uh,
serious.
Time to get serious. Take this.
it's like a crybaby.
I don't like the voice and Zero's voice actor or the how uh, uh how they about Zero you what ano bang sinasabi ni Zero dito? Get ready.
Get
It's corny. It's too corny for me. Or it's Zero is too cocky on this, or I don't know. Zero is cool but not cocky, right?
right.
uh, what else? Challenging bosses. Overall, challenging bosses. Ano pa ba? What else? Pero, but ano, ang ayoko din pala. Ayoko kasi ng mga ano eh. I don't like the
Alin?
designs of weapons.
Mhm.
Same with X and Zero. I think I'm like the weapons of X5 than the X4.
Mm.
But overall, I love X4 more than X5.
Mhm.
I just don't like the weapon designs or weapon mechanics of them or Zero and X. I think that's for me. Okay.
Got it. Got it. Thank you, Asu. Thank you. Tress, any
Oh,
input? Mega Man X4.
yeah. Really loved it. Um, ang maganda talaga dito, is yeah, X and Zero is full playable, and then I like the movements of the yung in the gameplay. It's like it very accurate.
Mm-hmm.
And then the voice acting, it's
Memorable.
like baby girl. It's ganun. Yeah, and then the Marlon said the iconic Iris death scene. It gives
Oh
me
my
chills
gosh.
every time I hear it. Yeah.
How does it go, Tress?
What am I fighting for?
Then you cry.
And then this is
After
the
that.
first time that this is the first yeah. This is the first time that you will use the ultimate armor, but you have to input it with the cheat code, right?
Right.
Yeah, and then uh you spam the Nova Strike and then
Mm-hmm.
you'll win.
Yep.
Right?
OP.
OP.
Yeah, the
Indeed.
OP overpower eh. Then Black Zero, there's nothing special about Black Zero, just the
Just
appearance.
the look.
Nothing.
Yep.
Just black.
Yeah, and then yeah, the sub tanks is it's like two sub tanks only, right?
Right.
And
Yep.
then introduction of EX tank and
Yep.
then weapon tanks,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And then the stages, I love the stages. Mas maganda yung stage ni Split Mushroom kaysa kay Easy Glow. Talaga.
Ah,
Yung kay Easy Glow medyo nakakahilo eh. You'll feel dizzy
Right.
if you play yeah.
Medyo ano kasi yan eh, pataas.
Pataas,
Compare
oo.
kay
The camera
Top
angle
Gear.
is in taas.
Kay
Talaga.
Split Mushroom, side lang.
Oo.
Right.
Yun, maganda yung niya, yung mga stage niya talaga. Tapos, yung input ng skills ni Zero, talagang memorable. The, what do you call the,
Know-how.
Well,
Season.
when you,
Decided.
when you obtain the Magma Dragoon skill, yan.
Shuzan.
Rio.
Is the fire, what do you call it in Japanese?
Shuzan yata yan.
Oh, yun. That's very cool for me.
Mhm.
Ayun. So, yan. When you get Kuya Raymond said pala, when you get the full Buster upgrade,
Yeah.
you'll need to obtain first the weapon of Web Spider so
Yep.
that you can jump through the
The
area
spikes.
that
Yeah.
uh,
Spikes.
in Storm Owl's stage, I
Mhm.
think. Yan.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Correction pala, Rio Engine pala. Yung
RU engine.
Rio Engine.
Right.
Like the boss fights, if you're first timer playing this, general is very pain in the ass.
Yep. Oh my God.
Yeah, yeah, really.
Yes.
General.
Oh,
What's the name of the general?
yeah,
What's
yeah,
the name of the
Colonel.
general? It's general.
General. General nga, general.
Yung ano niya, yung slash, the one
Yes.
who uses
The general
almost
thing.
I don't.
one-third,
I,
almost three-fourths of the screen. You need to really
yeah.
avoid that.
Then, yun. Si Sigma naman dito, madali lang eh. Mas mahirap pa yung X3. More difficult X3 for me. Yun. Then, cutscenes, good. All in all. Music, all in all. Good.
Cutscenes.
Yeah.
So,
That's it.
That's it. Okay.
additional
Thank you.
pala.
Sorry.
Additional for me. What I like about this game is you can reasonably use Nova Strike with Force Armor or the Fourth Armor.
Mm-hmm.
Not like the Ultimate Armor. It's
Yeah.
if you spam Nova Strike, and that's cheating, right?
Yes.
Or that's lame. That's lame.
Right.
But in Force Armor or Fourth Armor, there's a cooldown, so you can reasonably use the Nova Strike
Yes.
for me.
Mhm.
So it's a good feature
Mm-hmm.
on X4. Ayan.
Cool. All right. So my input about Mega Man X4. Yeah, I think this is also my top one because I remember playing this game religiously alongside Mega Man 8. So they both came out roughly around the same time. X8 or Mega Man 8, Mega Man X4. So I do like they finally added Zero as a playable character. Something different. The inclusion of the ultimate armor. If you don't feel like raging about the game, you can just you know do easy mode. Spam that Nova Strike. It was pretty cool. Everything I loved about the game. The music. The music was like I love the music for what it is. The animation at the time, like holy crap, they put like an anime inside the game. Like, yo, that's cool. They did it for Mega Man 8 as well. But yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. Like they did that. You know, the bosses, you know, unique in their own way as well. You know, um, the weapons that you get, I do like how it splits in the middle for X and Zero. You know, I always toss and turn like how I feel which player makes is easy mode for me. Sometimes I feel like Zero is the easy mode for me, and then sometimes I feel like X is the easy mode for me. Like before, I used to think like Zero was harder to use, and then for a time I thought X was harder to use. But since I played the game a lot, I feel both characters are just you get used to how to use them. It's time to get serious, or you can hoo ha hoo. Um, you know, um, all the characters are great. They added a lot more with the secondary characters, like the Colonel, the General, Iris, Double. Um, as far as difficulty goes, I admit, like it's been years since I last picked it up, but I have been streaming it. Like once you haven't played a game for almost 10 years, like I kept saying to myself, like, man, I wish I had like my my reflexes as I did like back in 97, 98. Um, Slash Beast, Jet Stingray. I have a bone to pick with them. That dreaded jet ski stage. Oh my goodness. Memorization, memorization, memorization. Um, Sigma. Oh man. Like here's a story. Like for Sigma, the first time I played X on stream, like X4 on stream, it's been a while since I last played. I felt like I played the game on the Legacy collection, and for me, I had such a tough time like trying to fight Sigma. I think with Zero, and I cheapened out. I was like, oh, I can't beat Zero, but I really have to finish the stream. So, in the Legacy collection, the Mega Man X Legacy collection, there's an option that you can turn on Rookie Hunter mode, which basically makes the game easier for you. And I felt really stupid. I felt salty. I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe I did that. But I had to finish the stream. So I came back a couple of weeks ago with a redemption stream. I didn't finish it the first time, but with enough due diligence, I was able to beat Zero Story. Like I was able to beat Sigma with a lot of patience and a lot of rage built in. So overall, X4, yes, it's a lovely game. I get, people will rip on the voice acting, but, at the time, it may seem corny, but, it's memorable. You grew up with the game, of course, like the voice acting is going to stand out. Mega Man X sounds like a girl. I believe he's voiced by a girl. And Zero, the iconic scene with Iris dying, and, it was really memorable. Yeah, X4, I love it. I would play it over and over again. So, Joe, I know this. You had mentioned that this is the only Mega Man X game you really played. You want to
That I
touch upon it?
personally played. Yes. We bought this. We bought Mega. Oh, at the time it's Rockman X4.
Yeah.
So when we bought our first PlayStation, we got Rockman X4 as one of the 10 games that came as a bundle with the PlayStation 1. Grand Central. Hello. Shout out to Grand Central. May you rest in peace. um, the only reason why we bought this is because we played a Rockman back on the NES, and we didn't really we didn't even notice there were Mega Man X games for the SNES. We were Sega back in the we were Sega Genesis back in the day.
Hmm.
So this is the first Rockman X game that we know. So we played it. My brother played it. I played it as well. Um, there are a lot of things to say with X4. So the panel made their case why they like this game. For me, so yes, you're gonna use uh, zero for the first time. Can be with the shock that he's a dude. That's fine.
Hmm.
He looks pretty. um, he even looks prettier than Iris.
Oh my
Talk
gosh.
about Iris, okay?
Yeah.
So we've talked about Mega Man X1, X2, X3. Did Iris made an appearance on those games?
No.
No.
First time
No.
X4.
So Iris
First time.
just came out of the blue in this one,
Yeah. Hmm.
and she's written. So Iris is pretty much a one-note character written for Mega Man X4 to serve as what, a pseudo-romantic interest for Zero.
I think so. Yeah. There was
And spoiler alert, because she coincided with the Colonel,
yeah.
and
The,
when Colonel was killed, so she made the decision to side with her brother.
hmm.
Uh, Ultimately, Zero has to dispatch Iris at the same time. So is Double originally a spy, or or Double just got infected with the Maverick virus?
I think he's a spy. He's a
Just a
spy for
spy.
Sigma.
He's
Yeah.
originally a spy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So not necessarily he changed into a badass character because he was infected. No.
Right. Hmm.
All right. Because I was
Not
waiting
like
for
Iris.
Iris to transform herself.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I'm imagining, how sexy would Iris be if she transformed into something else? You know, like I was expecting like a Morgan or Felicia kind of
Oh my
character,
god.
but no, no, she's just inside an armor,
Yep.
like a big hunky purple armor, and then that's it. Slow as fuck, and then yep, Iris dies, and then I think they just wrote Iris as a character just to give more pathos for Zero,
Hmm.
either making Zero even more unstable than he already was, right? Because you guys mentioned from before, as far as we're talking about history, Zero has always been unstable when he was first introduced in the series,
Yeah.
because he was originally made up by Dr. Wily. He I think I saw it in the chat that he was called Zero because he's technically patient Zero, like he's
Hmm.
the carrier of the original Maverick virus.
Yeah.
And then when Sigma fought Zero in the cutscene, we'll
Yes.
talk about the cutscenes later.
Yeah.
Um, with Sigma punching Zero, clocking him out, the jewel piece on his forehead that pretty much spread it out.
Right.
The Maverick virus, Sigma got infected first, and then when Sigma came out of that cave, he pretty much spread the virus
Right.
all over.
Yep.
That's the lore. Well, that's what
Sounds
I
like
read anyway. And then Iris dying even made Zero a little bit more on edge. As far as the cutscenes goes, this is the first. We back in the '90s, we love anime, right? Anime is pretty much in boom back in the '90s, especially in the
Mhm.
Philippines. So seeing Rockman Mega Man X4 for the first time, oh shit, anime cutscenes, a good plus, right? It adds more to the storytelling in itself. You're not just reading dialogue after dialogue after dialogue. So you're distracted with the visual aesthetics of it. in regarding with the voice acting, yes, I didn't like the mega. I didn't like the U.S. version. What they did with X4. When if I'm gonna play Mega Man X4, I rather play the Japanese version. I'm only gonna play Mega Man X4 just for the dialogue, just so that I know what's going on. But once I know what's going on, I'll play X4,
Mhm.
Rockman X4, the Japanese dub.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they did a if they managed to do a an undubbed version where you can hear the Japanese voices, but you'll still read the English subtitles or the English dialogue. I'm not sure if somebody already have done a hack of it.
I do
I would
believe there
play
is a
that
hack.
more.
I do believe
Have you
there's a
heard?
hack, but it
Uh,
doesn't.
there's a
Right?
mod about that.
There's a mod.
Yeah, there's a mod.
Yes, the PC
Mm.
version has a mod.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't
So
know about
I would rather
the.
play that. No, best of both worlds. No,
Hmm.
Yeah.
when it comes with X4. As far Sir Carlo mentioned there the soundtrack, opening and ending. Wow, I got both. With Rockman, when they released Rockman X4, this is the 90s, guys. So we got LimeWire and Kazaa back in the day, right? Na- Napster was pretty much all. Napster's gone. So
Yeah.
we got Kazaa and LimeWire, and I had to make sure that I got the right title for both songs,
Right.
and I searched that, and then I downloaded both songs, and I still got it from 1998. I still got both songs, still saved in my computer, still on my phone. That's how I love them. They took that out in the US release. Unfortunately, they didn't even come up with their own. Would have been nice if they did. They're being lazy and cheap, of course.
Yeah.
Capcom USA, hello.
Yep.
As far as the voice acting goes in regarding with X, there's this common practice in the US that if they're going to if there's a certain juvenile meaning a like a young adult or a child like character, they always go for a female like a child female voice actress. The rationale here is that when girls tend to grow older, their voice doesn't change when they grow older. So uh, unlike unlike boy voice actors, when they hit puberty, their voice tend to go deeper. They tend to change. So they don't like casting boy actors to reprise certain fictional or animated characters. No,
Hmm.
so they usually go with the female children voice actors to do the voice acting for TV shows, movies, and games. I think this they did the same for Mega Man X4. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
in the X4 series, they sounded so cheesy. That's just even if the voice acting is top notch, they sound wrong. I don't know. They sound so they sound cringy to me. So that's why I would rather play the Japanese version
Right.
rather than the English dub.
Yeah.
As far as the aesthetic goes, the look of it compared to X1, X2, X3, X here is much more defined
Yep.
because PlayStation has more colors.
Yep.
Capcom pretty much designed X with they gave him even more detail. No more colors. You can pretty much differentiate X from not to be confused with the classic Mega Man, who is just blue and light bluish palette color. X here has more gold, more silver,
Mhm.
you know, uh, some shades of red here and there. Um, what else to say about this game? There's quite a lot. Other if you're going to play this at first, it can be if this is the first Mega Man X game that you're gonna play, it might be a little bit difficult
Right.
sometimes. Depending on whose character you're gonna play. Sometimes it's a lot easier with X. Sometimes it's a lot easier with Zero. It depends on how you use them. I like with I like the touch the what they did with Zero. every time you beat a robot master, his swordsmanship kind of adapts to what kind of skill that the other robot master has been doing. No, unlike because X, uh, mostly just projectiles, right? But with Zero, if you do the if you do Magma Dragoon, Dragoon skill, he'll go. His Z saber will light on fire, and then he goes with the uppercut.
Mhm.
If you beat who's that one? Frost Walrus. Every time he does a sharp diving attack, it will turn it into an iceberg like style of like a stalactite ish type of sword.
Right.
If you beat Split Mushroom, he'll do a thrusting attack. If you was that him? That he'll do a thrusting attack,
Split mushroom.
or or he'll do this, or he'll do the spin,
Yeah, the double jump and the
the
spin
spin
dash.
slash.
Yeah,
Okay.
spin slash.
Oh, I think that's no. So
Split mushroom. Yeah.
what's the one that he does his thrusting attack?
Oh, web spider.
Web
Oh,
spider. There you go. Yeah,
the
yeah, that's web
electric.
spider.
Electric.
That's web spider,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Um, I like the fact that they did something like that. No, so it
Hmm.
kind of it will adapt on his swordsman in his swordsmanship.
Yep.
Otherwise, so as Stress has mentioned, the Sigma fight here a lot more easier as long as you get the pattern.
Yep.
It's always about pattern
Yes.
in this game. So
Always.
there's always the pattern. As long as you know the pattern of each enemy, you're most likely if you're gonna speed run this game, there's a good chance you might not get any damage at all. But it takes a lot of skills and lots and lots of patience. That's all from me.
Hmm. All right. That's it. That rounds out. The top Mega Man X game series. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for your input, your participation. Always appreciated. What's up next, Joe?
All right. So, yep. Thank you so much, guys. So that is our ranking discussion of all of the Mega Man X series, including the Game Boy Color ones,
Hmm.
and the Command Mission, and the remake, which is the Maverick Hunter.
Yep.
So, unfortunately, there were not a lot of people who voted in regards to our questionnaire with ranking their best Mega Man X game series. To those of you guys who are expecting their favorite Mega Man X game to be on the upper tier, well, unfortunately, um, the way we conducted the votes, so we took the tally of all of the votes that we got so far, and there were a lot of tie-ins. So we used the Wikipedia's aggregator scores to come up which game has the best aggregator score. No,
Hmm.
and yep, thank you so much for staying here with us, and I like the enthusiasm for of all of you guys there at the chat. Um, you
Um,
guys showed a lot of knowledge. Thank you so much for providing those tidbits here and there that some of us might not have been included in our impressions of each game. So thank you so much for all of you guys, and let's do some shameless plugs. Let's start with Sir Tres. Sir Tres, where they can find you?
Yun sir, thank you for the pag-invite dito sa podcast kahit hindi masyado yung knowledge natin sobrang broad. Ayun, salamat. Ako si Tres from Tres Cuenta Gaming, member ng Pinoy Retro Gaming. Yun, shoutout sa members ng Pinoy Retro Gaming, sa Megaman community. Yun, salamat ulit sa Timeless Gamers.
Hmm.
Yun, shoutout din sa mga kasama dito sa podcast na to, si Asu, Beljan, Primetime Retro, si Sir Kit, Buster Shot Zone. Yan, syempre, yours truly, Tres Cuenta Gaming. Thank you po, thank you, thank you.
All right. Next, Sir Asu.
So yun, once again, so nasa ano ko naman, you can find me at my page, Aso din talaga yung nakalagay. So, kung sa-search nyo yung URL, facebook.com/asu game. So, nilagyan ko ng game yung aso. Ayan.
All right. Thank you for that, Sir Asu. Thank you for leaving a
Thank you.
spark in our hearts.
Thank you.
Copyright.
Sir Bell.
So, thank you. Nag-spark sa akin.
Sir Bell,
Sorry.
I think nakamute ka.
Yan, so sa mga hindi pa nakakilala sa akin, yes, this is Belgian. You can find me on my Facebook page, BELJN Belgian, facebook.com/Belgian. And yan, don't forget to check rin yung Pinoy Retro Gaming, which is our community ng mga Pinoy Retro Gaming enthusiasts and streamers. So, and we have a community Facebook group, which is Pinoy Retro Gaming Community. You might check and join as well. Syempre, you can share everything about retro gaming there. And so ayun, Pinoy Retro Gaming, huwag niyo kalimutan. Thank you for having us, PRG. Thank you, Jo, and the
All right.
kids and Jay. So
Yes.
yeah, thank you
All
everyone.
right.
Sa lahat ng viewers.
And of course, one of the Mega Man masters, Sir Keith.
Just wanted to thank everybody for allowing me to be part of this podcast today. It was actually really fun. For those that would like to follow me, check out my page at the Buster Shot Zone on Facebook, and that's facebook.com/Buster Shot Zone. I'm available Thursday at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Friday at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and Saturday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Definitely want to give a huge shout out to Jay for inviting me and being a part of this family with you guys. Definitely enjoyed it. Definitely want to give a shout out to the PRG crew. Thank you once again for allowing me to be here. And for you guys that like the Mega Man series, also check me out on Facebook at the Mega Man fan community. If you're into Mega Man, great audience, great people, good vibes. We share a lot of pictures and talk about a lot of Mega Man content.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank you for that,
thank
Sir Keith. And of course, the one who led the charge in this discussion for the second week straight, Sir Jay.
Thank you, Joe. So thank you everyone for tuning in. My name is Jay Prime of Primetime Retro, representing Pinoy Retro Gaming. I just want to give a shout out first to my co-podcasters here. Tress, I appreciate you hopping on. Tress Quenta Gaming, the master of the chicken wings. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Asu, you also inspire me, man. You have left a spark in my heart today. And you've always left a spark in my heart because this guy, he sings a karaoke as his intro in some of his streams, but also inspired me to do the same. So thank you, Asu, for joining us as well. Bossing Bell, thank you, man. Thank you for also coming aboard as well today. You are the speedrun master. You are the one of the pioneers of Pinoy Retro Gaming. You're truly appreciated. Sir Joe, I gotta give my hats off to you. You facilitated a great. You and the Timeless Gamer crew have facilitated a great podcast. I love tuning in. You guys have something wonderful going on, and much power to you. And lastly, Keith, my Kuya Keith. I call you Kuya because, fun fact, Keith is half Filipino, so I just want to share. Yeah, so Keith, man, you are my brother from another. We're actually gonna meet up like in a couple months. No, not even a couple months. Couple days, couple weeks. I'm coming down to visit him in Florida. Shout out to the Buster Shot Zone. Thank you, man, for I really appreciate you coming on to this podcast. You did an amazing job. Do check him out, Buster Shot Zone. Amazing content, amazing guy, one of the chillest streamers you'll ever see. So, I really appreciate you, Keith, for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. And then for me, you can find my page, Primetime Retro. I'm usually on In my time, Thursday. No, no, not Thursday. That's yours, Keith. Sorry. So I'm on every weekend. I try to be Saturday, Sunday, morning my time, evening Philippines time. I'm also on Mondays and Tuesdays, um, evening my time, but morning in the Philippines. And sometimes I'll do like morning streams, like morning my time, but evening in the Philippines. I'm still gauging what I want to do with my whole schedule. For the most part, I do have a set schedule. It's weekends, Mondays and Tuesdays, and then if I feel like streaming in the morning, I'll stream in the morning. So, and I also do graphic design as well. You can check my design page out at Create on the Daily, and yeah, that's it. Thank you guys so much.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for that, Sir Jay. And for me, thank you so much for the people dropping their own bits of knowledge, especially with Sir Pascal, Sir Marlon, Sir Carlo. Thank you guys for staying here and dropping some knowledge in regarding with the Mega Man X games. I hope you guys can come back once we do another. I don't know. There's still a lot more Mega Man games to talk about. Oh my god! But we'll talk more about the details in regarding some of those games. As far as the Timeless Gamer crew is concerned, we're still gonna continue on with our top 10 series. Um, we're just waiting for some of the original Timeless Gamer crew to come back once they're a little bit more available. So as of the moment, it's just me here. Uh, there might be some misconceptions that I run the show here. Truthfully, it's this show. It's not my show. No, Timeless Gamer, kaka-computer mo yan, what have you. Uh, this podcast is made by gamers for gamers. No,
Yes.
it was uh, to some of you guys who thinks that it's my show. No, it's not. No, I'm just the moderator here. No, if it's not me, it's Maynard who's gonna
Exactly.
facilitate
Yes.
the show. If it's not Maynard, somebody else will. It just so happens that I'm the most available out of all of them. That's why you see it. That's why you'll see me here most of the time. Otherwise, guys, for all of your gaming needs, if you're looking for some retro hardware, games, or toys, you can always go to this Facebook group, which is the Retro Gamers Collective of the
IGCP.
Philippines, RGCP. Some of the panelists here that you see here, they are all also members, especially Maynard, Carlo, RV, Sibert, Raymond. They're all part of the RGCP. No, it's a buy and sell um, group based in the Philippines. So if you're somewhere in the Philippines, good for you. People outside of the Philippines, well, you still got eBay. Well, I'm sure other people outside of the Philippines have their own buy and sell in regards with the retro games. No, but of course, we're still gonna continue on. I'm not sure what kind of episode that we're going to talk about next week. So either we might do Sonic,
Mm.
either we do Sonic, or we proceed with the Mega Man Zero games. There's a few. Um, if most of the Timeless Gamer crew are still not available, we can probably do the Zero games. Why not?
Mhm. Yeah, we'll
Um,
figure it out.
otherwise, uh, I would like to thank, of course, all of the PRG crew here. No, so Sir Asu, Sir Tres, Jay, Beljan, Sir Keith. The only ones who are not here is Jano, uh, Sir Jay. No, there's still a lot more from the PRG family that who hasn't even had the opportunity to come up here. So hopefully, I'll just leave it to the PRG community to talk amongst themselves. Uh, who can join the discussion here, given a specific topic. No, we still haven't done the Castlevania.
Right.
series.
Yes.
No? So
Yes.
and there are a lot of Castlevania fans, especially with the PRG community.
Right.
Yes.
And yep, and that's it, guys. So on behalf of Papa M, Sir Carlos, Sir Ray, Sir Joel, RV, and Siebert, thank you so much for being here once again. And of course, as always, our video games and our bodies may go out of date, but our gaming experiences will forever remain timeless.
Yes.
And thank you guys so much. Bye bye bye
Thank
bye.
you.
See you again next week.
Thank you,
Thank you,
guys.
thank you, thank
Thank you.
you.
Maraming salamat. Thank
Thank
you.
you, guys.
Thank you, guys.